Nummer 16, Will Kilgore. Wir haben die Nummer 4, Felix Tirolf. Dann haben wir die Nummer 11, Peter Johannessen. Die Nummer 77, Peter Saldana. Die Nummer 45, Karl Feldmann. Die Nummer 8, Kevin Kotowski. Und die Nummer 12 haben wir dann noch Niklas Rosius. Starting Pitcher ist die Nummer 7, Kevin Schnorbach. Ebenfalls noch mit dabei von den Mainz Athletics sind da die Nummer 6, Ben Brix, die Nummer 27, Cesar Gavalosa, die Nummer 17, Martin Kippern, die Nummer 5, Niklas Mossier, die Nummer 24, Tommy Müller, Tim Stahlmann mit der 3, Lennart Stöcklin mit der 1, Kaylan Sullivan mit der 31 und Yannick Wildenhain mit der 20. Herzlich willkommen. So, dann wollen wir mal unsere München Haar Disciples hier begrüßen, die ebenfalls da sind. Top of the Betting Order ist die Nummer 18, Patrick Music. Danach Nummer 2 hat die Nummer 1 auf den Rücken, unser Lukas Steinlein. Nach der Nummer 1 kommt natürlich die Nummer 2, Philbrick Lurlen. Die Nummer 35, Alexander Graham Luthor. Die Nummer 26, Callum Murphy. Meine Lieblingsnummer, die Nummer 72, Simon Lechner. Die Nummer 10, Anderson Zambrano. Dann die Nummer 34, der Catcher Will Thorpe. Und mit der Nummer 34, Zaino Enriquez, der Shotstop. Starting Pitcher ist die Nummer 45, Juan Salazar. Ein paar Spieler haben wir noch dabei, natürlich. Die Nummer 4 ist heute auch noch da, Adriano Penskofer. Die Nummer 8, Jan Endriat. Die Nummer 33, Felix Ströll. Tom Krüger mit der 47. Die 55, Simon Weinsteiger. Die 67, Miguel Pinero. Und hier ist die Nummer 71, Bernd Radovic. 29, Nico Holdorf. Die 38, Pablo Tesoro. Die 68, Michael Gluck. Und die 14, Dean Sacher. Herzlich willkommen für unsere Disciples. Dann übergebe ich das Mikro mal kurz. Einmal hier runterlaufen. Wer mich noch nicht gesehen hat, der tut es jetzt. Einmal winken, gell? Servus zusammen, ein Gute. So. Geht euch.
Vielen Dank, Jeremy, und ein herzliches Willkommen auch am Vatertag von mir. Schön, dass ihr alle zu uns in den Ballpark Haar gekommen seid. Ja, wir haben heute einen speziellen Gast und ihr seht, ich nehme ihn gleich mal mit. Andi, komm mal mit. Der heute den First Pitch für uns machen wird. Ihr wisst, die Disciples wurden 1990 gegründet und ich freue mich heute, euch den Andi Lederer, einen der Gründungsväter der Disciples, vorzustellen. Herzlich willkommen, Andi. ...1990, manche waren noch gar nicht geboren. Erzähl uns mal, wie war das damals?
Wir waren eine Clique halt, 18, 19 Jahre, die meisten von uns, gingen zusammen zur Schule, haben dann nach den Hausaufgaben uns getroffen auf der Wiese. War noch ganz anders wie jetzt hier, es war eine kleine Wiese, wir haben unsere Jacken hingelegt, das waren die Bases und haben einfach für den Fun gespielt.
Sehr cool, ich stelle mir das gerade vor mit Cleats auf den Jacken, da freuen sich die Eltern. Andi, es ranken sich ja viele Mythen um den Namen Disciples. Wie kommt man auf den Namen Disciples?
Wir haben uns beim Todd getroffen, der immer noch Präsident hier ist, im Keller bei ihm. Und das war wirklich nicht einfach, haben 2, 3 Stunden überlegt, was wird es für ein Name, waren schon fast verzweifelt. Dann kam Todd mit der Idee um die Ecke Disciples Wir mussten erstmal klären, was es heißt. Das ist ja so ein Wort, das kennt ja kaum ein Deutscher. Aber es fanden wir alle ganz cool und so ist das geworden.
Wunderbar, vielen Dank. Damit sind wahrscheinlich ganz viele Mythen ein für alle Zeit erklärt. Und dann würde ich sagen, Schwalte deines Amtes und wir gehen zum First Pitch. Nochmal einen Applaus für den Andi. Und los geht's. Wunderbar. Nochmal einen großen Applaus. Vielen Dank an den Andi Lederer. Und jetzt viel Spaß beim Spiel Disciples gegen Mainz. Dankeschön.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Haar Disciples Baseball. My name is Tim Collins. Glad to be with you here on a cool and crisp May the 9th, 2024. We've had nothing but rain the last 4 days, but today it looks to be clear and dry. There are even some patches of blue floating above overhead, and we expect to have a full day of baseball here with no interruptions whatsoever, and that is a wonderful thing. Neither team took batting practice on the field because they wanted to leave the field in the most pristine condition possible. As you can see, there's new dirt on the pitcher's mound and at the batter's box, where the respective coaches of either team, that's Charles Poe for the Disciples and Will Kilgore for the Mainz Athletics, are meeting with the home plate umpires. And actually throwing out the first pitch, that was Andy Lederer, who was one of the founding members of the Haar Disciples. If you didn't hear his little story talking about how they got started playing baseball in this very spot in about 1989-90 is when the team was officially founded. They used to throw their jackets down on the ground to use as bases and run around and hit the ball and throw the ball. And one day in a friend's basement, I believe he said they were just hanging out trying to figure out what they should name the team, and somebody said Disciple, because, you know, the Latin root means somebody who's disciplined. And they just sort of thought that it sounded cool, so that's why the Haar Disciples are called what they are. Actually, that's a common question that I often hear from people. Anyway, we've got the Mainz Athletics and the Haar Disciples. This is the first of 2 games today. There will be 2 7-inning games, although you never know with these 2 teams. They seem to play extra baseball all the time. And crazy, wacky, wild, back and forth extra innings weirdness tends to occur when these 2 teams meet. And also then after today, these 2 teams will hit the road and go back to Mainz for the weekend. So actually 4 straight games against one another. The Athletics won both of the first 2 previous matchups. That was to open the season at the very beginning of April. They swept the Disciples in Mainz. And so the Disciples will look to avenge those 2 losses. Actually, the Mainz Athletics are 4-0 at home, and they are 0-4 on the road, although their 4 road games were Heidenheim versus Heidenheim and Regensburg, so the 2 toughest teams in the Bundesliga. So small sample size, but the Disciples have evened their record as well. So both of these teams coming in with a record of 4-4. Regensburg is in first place at 8-2. Heidenheim second, 5-3. Mainz is in third at 4-4 because of their tiebreaker against Haar, who's in fourth place at 4-4. Stuttgart 3-7 and Hohenstetten 2-6. But as I often talk about in the Bundesliga South, really, I was like, Hohenstetten defeated, I believe they've defeated Regensburg last week or a couple of weeks ago. So the last place team has defeated the first place team. And in fact, the Disciples have also defeated Regensburg. That was their last game a few days ago in Regensburg, was a 12-6 victory. And so any team can beat any other team in this division in Germany, and that's what makes it so compelling to watch. And so you're looking at Juan Salazar throwing his warm-up pitches for the Disciples. I'll give you the rest of the defensive linemen in a moment. First, let me give you the Mainz Athletics starting lineup. It begins with the 17-year-old shortstop, Kenny Fermin. He's leading off. Nicky Weikert playing second base. He's batting second. Will Kilgore, the designated hitter and player coach, he is batting third. Felix Tierolf is catching and batting fourth. Peter Johannesson, the veteran Swedish right fielder, he is batting fifth. Peter Saldana, the first baseman, is batting sixth. Carl Feldman in left field is batting seventh. Kevin Katowski in center field batting eighth. And Nicholas Rosius, 20 years of age, getting his first start of the season. He's playing third base and batting ninth. On the mound pitching for Mainz will be Kevin Schnorbach. And so, Juan Salazar, who started the opening game of the season and struggled with his command, is going to go to work against Fermin. The first pitch of the game is in for a strike at 12-11, and we are underway. Kenny Fermin hitting .269, 7 hits and 26 at-bats against Juan Salazar. The next one, strike 2, and that's Vlado Chupic, the apple picker behind home plate. Collins strikes. Third base umpire is Georg Veit. First base umpire, Cesar Javier Quintana Hidalgo. And the breaking ball low and away, 1 ball, 2 strikes to Kenny Fermin. 3-man umpire crew. Defensively for the Haar Disciples behind Salazar, you have Callum Murphy at third, Zaino Henriquez at short. 1-2 pitches outside, 2-2. Patrick Music is at second base, Graham Luter is at first. The outfield from left to right is Anderson Zambrano, Fildrich Llewellyn, and Lucas Steinlein. There's a hard hit ground ball to short on a couple of hops. Henriquez has it, flips to first, 1 away. And well, that's a horn that sounds a lot like Mr. Kratky from Stuttgart. I wonder if he's gave one of the fans here in Haar a link to where you can buy that thing online. That horn that you hear honking. 1 away on the 6-3 ground out, and that'll bring up Nicky Weikert. Will Thorpe is behind the plate doing the catching. I think I was about to mention that when that ground ball to shortstop was hit. So Weikert at 292 steps in, right-hand hitter with a slightly open stance, and he looks at a strike. Salazar coming right after the Mainz Athletics. This is a battle of 2 young, talented pitchers. Kevin Schnorbach for the Athletics, Salazar for the Disciples. Both have struggled in the early going, but Salazar had 1 very good game against Hohenstetten. The pitch, slow curves outside, 1-1. Schnorbach also had a solid relief appearance last weekend against Stuttgart, I believe. 1 ball, 1 strike to count to Nicky Weikert. So both pitchers are capable of stepping it up, and so we will see what happens. Swing and a miss, off-speed pitch. Weikert out in front, 1-2. That was a good pitch from Salazar. Salazar, you know, I've only seen him pitch actually the one other time in person. I gotta say, his demeanor looks a little different. He looks a lot more active, a lot more aggressive. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball, he tried the same pitch. Not a bad idea, and Weikert was able to lay off. Nicky has 7 hits in 24 at-bats, including 3 doubles. He's walked 3 times and struck out 8 times. 2-2 count to him. Low, and the count now full. 3-2. Salazar, of course, does not want to walk anyone. This Mainz Athletics team, boy, it is sure a different look without Max Bolt. There's the payoff. Inside for ball 4. And so Weikert is aboard with a walk. And that will bring up the number 3 hitter, the designated hitter, and also the manager, Will Kilgore. Weikert, if you're wondering, has 1 stolen base, in 1 attempt. Kilgore is hitting at .250, 6 hits and 24 at-bats. But of his 6 hits, he's got 2 doubles and a triple, so he's got power. Right-hand hitter, no batting gloves, open stance. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner with a fastball. Salazar has gotten ahead of the first 3 hitters so far in this game. Weikert, short lead off first base. Salazar comes set and checks on him. And he is back. 1 strike on Kilgore. Kilgore, 28 years of age. And he looks at a curve, and that's a beauty in there for strike 2. That's the first curveball thrown for a strike. He got a swing and miss on one against Weikert. 0-2 the count. By the way, folks, if you want to interact with me, all you got to do is subscribe to the YouTube channel. Then you can wait a minute or so, and then you can join the chat. Send me your questions. 0-2 to Kilgore. The pitch up and in off the glove of Thorpe. Skips away for a moment. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Greetings, Finn, watching from Hamburg. Schöne Grüße an alle deutsche Zuschauer auch. Für die Zuschauer aus Mainz. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The pitch, that's down in the dirt. Good block by Thorpe. Sometimes he'll try that move where he looks around to pretend he doesn't have the ball and see if he can get the runner off first base leaning, but Weikert did not bite. So a 2-2 count. And the question with both of the starting pitchers today is going to be how well can they control the strike zone. Mainz Athletics obviously are going to try to work the count and make Salazar get the ball up. The pitch, swing and a miss. Good fastball, and Kilgore swings through it for strike 3, and that's the second out. That was a nice pitch from Salazar. You know, I heard from some folks around the Disciples that Salazar's first start opening the season, you know, he had maybe a case of some nerves, maybe was a little gun shy, and certainly no sign of it right there. He threw a challenge fastball to the number 3 hitter and blew it by him. So now Felix Tierolf, the catcher, right-hand hitter, stands at the very back of the box. Weikert faked, does not go. The pitch is low for a ball. Tierolf leads the team in home runs. He's got 2. 3 doubles and 2 home runs. Hitting at .429 on the season. Also leads the team in batting average. The 1-0 count. That's outside, 2-0. Weikert, probably now on 2-0, is going to let Tierolf take a shot at one. Here's the pitch, runner not going. Ground ball to third. Murphy stays down on it. He's going to go to second. They get the force. Murphy to Music on the bag, and that will end the inning. So a fielder's choice. 5-4. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 left on base at the end of a half inning here in Haar. The Mainz Athletics nothing. The Haar Disciples coming to bat. This is Haar Disciples Baseball. Präsentiert von Brauerei Wildbräu. We move to the bottom of the first inning. No score here in Haar. Mainz Athletics and Haar Disciples, first of 2 7-inning games. And the right-hander that you see on the mound is Kevin Schnorbach, 23 years of age. He has pitched 12 1/3 innings so far this year, or 12 innings, I think. Man, my handwriting is really bad. I just wrote this 3 seconds ago, and I literally can't read it anymore. 12 innings or 12 1/3, 16 hits, 9 earned runs, 9 walks, 7 strikeouts, and very similar to Juan Salazar. He's a talented right-hand pitcher, has struggled with his command, and it's going to be incumbent on him to have a big game because, of course, this is the 4-game long weekend in the middle of the season that every team in the Bundesliga struggles with, and it's going to be a huge determining factor to how successful this weekend is for his team. If he can go long in this game, it's a little bit of relief because there's 7-inning games today. But so Kevin Schnorbach on the mound. He's going to face Patrick Music, Luke Steinlein, and Fildrik Llewellyn, 1, 2, 3. Graham Luter, Callum Murphy, Simon Lechner, the DH, 4, 5, 6. Anderson, Zambrano, Will Thorpe, and Zaino Henriquez, 7, 8, 9. The first pitch right now is lined into center field, and Katowski dives, and he did not come up with it. The ball hit his glove and come out. Music slams on the brakes and heads back to first. He is there with a single. Katowski very nearly made a nice catch in center field. So the first action. A base hit on the first pitch of the game.
So, und jetzt kommt dann den Schlag.
And Patrick Music, who was hitting at 387, is going to raise that a bit. And so Music also on first base, 3 out of 4 in stolen base attempts. The first 5 hitters in the Haar lineup are all hitting over 300. The Disciples have swung a very good bat. Meanwhile, time is called. And Nicky Weikert wanted to say something to Schnorbach, or maybe Katowski is shaking it off in center field. Looks like Katowski is reaching and grabbing his neck a little bit. Maybe he jarred his head a little bit. I don't know what this pause is. Schnorbach is looking out in center field, waiting for Katowski to be ready, and Katowski says he is ready. I believe that was the delay. So when Katowski dove for that ball, he hit the ground quite hard, and so maybe he just needed a moment. So Music is the runner on first base. The hitter is Luke Steinlein, and the next pitch is taken for a ball low. Second pitch of the game from Schnorbach. Steinlein, 387 batting average, 12 hits and 31 at-bats. As another good crowd starting to file in here in Haar Disciples Ballpark. Got some friends from Freising in the house. Steinlein cracks it to center field right at Katowski. Much easier catch for Kevin on this one than the previous attempt, but boy, that was solid contact from Luke Steinlein. We have seen Steinlein has absolutely raked this year so far. Just nothing but line drives. Watch this pitch right over the middle, and he put a solid swing on it, but hit it right at the veteran center fielder Katowski. So now Fildrik Llewellyn, who's been a huge pickup for the Haar Disciples. Center fielder, batting .433, 13 for 30. And he shows bunt, looks at a curveball, that's a strike. Of all the guys to bunt, he would be down at the bottom of my list. He's been swinging the bat so well, but maybe he was bunting for a hit. Third baseman Rosius is at the lip of the grass. Forgot to give you the defensive alignment for Mainz. I'll do that in a minute. There's a foul ball away, 0-2. Nicholas Rosius is at third, Kenny Fermin at short, Nicky Weikert at second, Peter Saldana is at first. In the outfield, Carl Feldman, Kevin Katowski, and Peter Johannesson from left to right. The catcher is Felix Tirolf. On the mound, Kevin Schnorbach, 0-2 count on Fildrik Llewellyn. Music on first base, the breaking ball grounded slowly through the middle, right near the bag, flipped to second one. The relay to first is high, and it pulls Saldana up into the air, and so they get the force but nothing else. Music is out 6-4, Fermin to Weikert, and Llewellyn reaches on a fielder's choice. It was hit very slowly, and it was actually a nice play by the shortstop Fermin. I mentioned 17-year-old shortstop. Watch this. He had to glove flip it to Weikert, who was on the bag, and Weikert's throw was just a bit high, and Saldana had to go up to get it. And so Graham Luder steps up to the plate. Luder hitting .350, 7 for 20. Breaking ball is low from Schnorbach. Luder has a home run, 11 runs batted in, 6 walks, and 6 strikeouts. Another characteristic of the Disciples is that most of the players in the lineup have more walks than strikeouts. And Luder takes inside 2-0, although one caveat to that is that there were a couple of games against Hunstetten in which, let's just say, there were a lot of pitches outside of the strike zone. So, as with all these stats, you got to kind of look into them a little deeper. But a good lineup nonetheless. There's a ground ball and a breaking ball pulled foul. Nice pick by Charles Poe. And he just throws it back to Schnorbach. 2 balls and 1 strike. Now, that's something you would not see in pro ball. Here, we got to use all the baseballs until you basically can't anymore. And so Poe just grabbed that foul grounder and threw it right back to Schnorbach, who rubs it up and gets ready to throw a 2-1 pitch with it. Here it comes. That's drilled to deep left field. Is it high enough? It's over Feldman's head. 1 hop against the wall. Racing around third, Llewellyn. He's getting the wave home. Here comes the relay throw. It'll be close. He's in there. 1-0 Disciples on an RBI double off the bat of Graham Luder. Llewellyn running with 2 outs. Able to go at the crack of the bat, and Luder with his 12th run batted in of the year gives the Disciples an early lead. Watch this. Looked like a breaking ball. Luder hit it very hard. He did not get it high enough to get it out of the park, however, but it was clearly going to be over Feldman's head, and it one-hopped the left field fence. Good relay throw from the shortstop Fermin, but ball was hit just too deep. So 2 outs, a run in. The Disciples lead 1-0. And now Callum Murphy steps up to the plate. Murphy hitting at .333, 8 out of 24. He's got 4 doubles and 7 runs batted in, and Schnorbach steps off. If you're just joining us, we're just getting started. It's going to be a long day of baseball and a long, fun day we're looking forward to. Ground ball slowly hit through the middle, grabbed by Vikert behind second. He throws to first. That was pretty. That ball was to the left of second base, and Vikert went into a slide. The ball took a hop, and he had to sort of reach up over his head to grab it. And then in one overhand motion, he windmilled the ball to first base. That was pretty, and it saved a base hit. So Murphy grounds out 4-3, but the Disciples hit the ball hard in the inning. They get 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. The end of 1 complete here in Haar. It's the Disciples 1, Mainz Athletics nothing. Haar Disciples Baseball is brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu.
Unsere Studios sind mehr als nur ein Ort für Fitness und Muskelaufbau. Es sind Treffpunkte einer starken Community. Hier steckst du dir deine Ziele selbst und entscheidest, warum du noch gesünder, noch fitter oder einfach noch besser werden willst. Sei stärker als deine stärkste Ausrede. Trainiere bei Clever Fit.
We move to the top of the second inning here in Haar. 1-0, the Disciples leading the Mainz Athletics. And for the Athletics, it's going to be 5, 6, and 7. Peter Johannesson against Salazar. He swings and lofts it foul out of play off to the left, strike 1. Johannesson, and then Peter Saldana and Carl Feldman. 5, 6, and 7. Johannesson is the right fielder. 39 years old. He's hitting 176, 3 hits and 17 at bats. Certainly an unusual number to see next to his name. Left-hand hitter, big hulking, powerful hitter, and he fouls that one away. He's homered in this ballpark before. I remember seeing some of those swings result in long drives flying over the trees in right field. He's got 4 runs batted in this year, 5 walks and 6 strikeouts on his ledger. 0-2 the count, and the pitch is low. So far, Salazar has used the fastball to get ahead and tried to use a breaking ball to get swings and misses. He has 1 strikeout. That was on a fastball in the first inning. Did walk a hitter. And now he comes set after getting the sign from Thorpe. The 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball, back foot. And it's down and in for ball 2, 2-2. Remember, there's going to be another game after this one. 2 7-inning games, and then over the weekend, they will play Saturday and Sunday in Mainz. There's another pitch down and in, and after being ahead 0-2, it's now 3-2. Wonder if you're going to see Salazar just go back to that fastball against Johannesson. A ground ball pulled foul that's going to trickle into the Mainz dugout. So still a 3-2 count to Peter Johannesson. Payoff pitch. Just missed outside. So a walk to start things here in the first. Watch that one again. Just off the plate, Thorpe tried to frame it. Vlado Čupić said no, sir. And so Johannesson is at first base, being held on by Luder. And that will bring up Peter Saldana. Saldana hitting at 250, 6 hits, 24 at bats, 2 doubles, 3 runs batted in. He is a native of New Braunfels, Texas, went to Menlo College. Right-hand hitter. Open stance, takes the ball upstairs. Johannesson on first base, a very short lead. And the 1-0 pitch to Saldana. That's a strike at the knees on the outside edge. 1-1 now. A couple of fastballs from Salazar. There's a pretty big hole on the left side. Murphy is shaded towards the line, the third baseman. So between third and short, there's a lot of real estate. 1-1 pitch. Drilled in the air to center field. Llewellyn, however, is coming in a few steps to put it away for 1 out. I think that was off the end of the bat from Saldana. And so there's the first out, and that'll bring up Carl Feldman. Feldman is in left field today, hitting 200 exactly, 2 for 10. That is a math whiz special right there. However, he does have a home run and 3 runs batted in. There's a check on the runner at first base, and Johannesson was almost in mid-stride taking his lead. That would have been pretty bad timing. But he just got back, and another check. And this time he was much closer to the bag. And he and Luder are having a little laugh about that. And the pitch is high and outside to Feldman. 1 ball and no strikes. Feldman is 22 years old. Left-hand hitter, trying to continue that long-standing tradition of excellent left-hand hitters in Mainz. They have basically a version of Fenway Park, but for left-hand hitters. Very short right field fence, although to be fair, that high fence that's out there, I believe, is beyond the home run fence anyway. But it has a very unique look, the Mainz Athletics ballpark. Swing and a miss, good off-speed pitch from Salazar, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Not necessarily keeping track, but I believe that's the second swing and miss he's gotten on that breaking ball. 1 was to a righty and 1 was to a lefty, if I remember that correctly. 1-2, and that one is down low and inside. 2-2. One nothing Disciples. We are in the top of the second. Crowd brimming with life. We got a lot of kids running around, playing ball on the field on the left side. Swing and a miss. Got him with a fastball. And that's the second strikeout for Juan Salazar. Take another look at this. Looked like he just went with a fastball riding away. You can see. Yeah, maybe it was a 4-seamer. Not exactly sure, but it was definitely something hard compared to the previous one. And he got it past the bat of Carl Feldman. So 2 down. And now Kevin Katowski, 4 out of 28. That's a 143 average, also very unusual to see from him. And he swings and fouls that away. Katowski, 33 years old. He's got 2 runs batted in, 5 stolen bases on, 5 walks on the year, and 11 strikeouts. 0-1 the count to him. They check on the runner, and Johannesson dances back. A little looping line drive over short. That's going to fall for a base hit. Johannesson will stop at second base. So Katowski has a single. That's the first hit for the Mainz Athletics. And that puts runners on first and second with 2 down for the number 9 hitter, Nicholas Rosius. Let's watch this again. Got jammed on the pitch, but was able to float it over Zaino Henriquez's head. And so Nicholas Rosius, as far as I can tell, this is his first at-bat of the year. 20 years of age, left-hand hitter. Stands close to the plate with his left foot towards the corner, open stance. And the pitch, that's low for a ball. Salazar going with the high sock look today. He's wearing the socks that go up around the calves, just under the knee. 1-0 pitch, popped foul out of play, 1-1. This is a big pitch for Salazar. You know, when a young pitcher gets through the first inning and has a good start, and then in the next inning there's a couple of runners on, it's really sometimes mentally very huge if they can get over that hump and feel like they're getting comfortable in the game. First and second, 2 outs, a 1-1 pitch. It is a strike, top of the zone, 1-2. Curious what kind of pitch that was. Let's see if I can see it again on the replay before he throws his next pitch. That had a little bit of a downward motion to it. 1-2 on the number 9 hitter, Nicholas Rosius. The pitch inside, 2-2. So now a really big pitch is coming because you know he doesn't want to go 3-2. And also you know he doesn't want to lose the number 9 hitter before the lineup turns over. So a 2-2 pitch with runners on first and second. Johannesson at second, Katowski at first. And 2 outs. The pitch. That's ball 3. So now those 2 runners will be off with the pitch. Full count. Runners will be going with 2 down. And here it comes. Fouled away, we'll do it again. And so the runners both need to go back, Johannesson and Katowski. Nicholas Rosius, wearing number 12, playing third base today. He's got that shin guard on his right ankle. Got to put the ball in play, keep this inning going for the Athletics. The runners go again. The pitch is strike 3 called on the outside corner. And a big pitch for Juan Salazar gets him through the inning. He's got 2 strikeouts in the inning, 3 in the game. And the Mainz Athletics strand 2 base runners. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 left. And we go to the bottom of the second inning here in game 1. It's the Disciples 1, the Athletics nothing. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. To the bottom of the second inning here in Haar, 1-0, the Disciples leading the Athletics. And it'll be 6, 7, and 8. Simon Lechner, Anderson Zambrano, and Will Thorpe against Kevin Schnorbach. Schnorbach gave up some hard-hit balls in the first inning, but lived through it with only allowing 1 run. That was the RBI double off the bat of Graham Luder. So Simon Lechner is in there now, and he looks at a strike on the first pitch. Lechner hitting at .250, 4 hits and 16 at-bats. He's got a double, 3 walks. He struck out 5 times. There's the 0-1. Ground ball sliced towards third. Nice play by Rosius at the edge of the grass. His throw pulls Saldana off the bag, and Lechner is safe. That'll be an E5. Well, you can see Rosius took a second to get the ball out of his glove and maybe thought about it a bit too much and yanked the throw. And you can see how Saldana had to come to the home plate side of first base to get that throw. And so the error puts Simon Lechner on first base with nobody out, and that will bring up Anderson Zambrano. Zambrano hitting .222, 4 out of 18. He's got some pop as well. The pitch, he shows bunt, and he bunts through it. That's a strike. Zambrano, of his 4 hits, he's got a double and a triple. He's also walked 5 times. Servus Andrea from the Canary Islands. So somebody went on vacation. 0-1 to Zambrano. In the dirt, blocked by T-Rolf. No advance at first by Lechner. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Schnorbach in the first inning gave up a leadoff single to Patrick Music. Then Steinlein flied out hard to center. Llewellyn reached on a fielder's choice. Luder doubled over the head of the left fielder to drive home Llewellyn, and then Murphy grounded out, also hitting the ball hard, and it took a very fine play by Nicky Weikert to record that 3rd out. Lechner on first base, and the pitch to Zambrano is lined to right field, base hit. Lechner is going to stop at second base. A little slicing liner single, dumped into right field off the bat of Zambrano, and the Disciples are in business. They have first and second here with nobody out, and Will Thorpe coming up to the plate. We'll see how Charles Poe decides he wants to play it here. And greetings, hello. Watching from South Korea. I don't know how to say welcome in Korean, but welcome to the broadcast. Thanks for tuning in. So Will Thorpe will step up to the plate. Thorpe has 2 hits in 19 at-bats, but he does have a double among those. He's also walked 5 times. He's only struck out 3 times, so he has been good to put the bat on the ball. First and second here, nobody out. Is he going to bunt? And he started to show as Schnorbach wanted to know the answer to that same question, so he just did the inside move towards second base, and Thorpe spun around, and he lays down a perfect bunt, fielded with a bare hand by Rosius. The throw is wide and goes down the right field line. Lechner comes home to score. Here comes Zambrano towards the plate. The throw not in time. Thorpe ends up at third base. And the Disciples lead 3-0. And another error for the Mainz Athletics. Now, I believe that was the third baseman. Yes, that was again the third baseman, Rosius. Unfortunately for him, he's made 2 errors in this inning. So Thorpe gets a sacrifice, but then reaches on the error. And both runs will score. And so nobody out. Disciples leading by a score of 3-0, and it's going to be a meeting on the mound for the Mainz Athletics. Will Kilgore and his team having some defensive troubles this inning. Well, you certainly feel bad for a young player. That's his first game, Rosius. But, you know, baseball is often a sport that has some highs and lows, and you never know. He might get a chance to do something great later in this game. So certainly don't want to it's one of those things when you're the player, man, you feel horrible. So this is a difficult game, and sometimes the mental part of it, just knowing you need to make a throw, something you've done 1,000 times before, it's quite difficult. So Zaino Henriquez now with a runner at third. The infield is in. The Disciples leading 3-0. The pitch to Henriquez is a backdoor breaking ball, and it missed for a ball. Henriquez, 3 out of 22. He's 2 for 2 in stolen bases. He's drawn 5 walks. He's only struck out twice. Again, puts the ball in play. And this one is a fair ball down the right field line. A base hit. Thorpe is in to score. Henriquez racing around to second base. He's there with a double. 4-0 Disciples. And that's one spot where the drawn-in infield probably burned the Mainz Athletics, and sometimes that's just the way it goes. That ground ball hugged the line and just got under the glove of Saldana. And a RBI double off the bat of Zaino Henriquez. And so the Disciples lead 4-0 here. And the top of the order is Patrick Music. So the inning started with an error. Then Zambrano singled. Then another error on the sack bunt that allowed both of those runners to score, and now a double off the bat of Henriquez. And the pitch to Music, a breaking ball that's taken for a ball. Music singled on the first pitch of the game, was then forced out at second base later in the inning and replaced by Fildrick Llewellyn, who scored. So the Disciples have jumped out in front here in game one. This one in the dirt, nice pick by T-Rolf. He can't find it. Now Zambrano takes off for third. The throw, he's in there. Excuse me, that's Henriquez. That was an excellent read. The ball did not get more than 2 feet away from T-Rolf, but he could not find it, and that's when Henriquez recognized that, and he takes off for third base and got in just ahead of the throw. So that'll be a wild pitch. And they count 2 balls and no strikes. And Music smacks one down the line, fair ball, it's trouble, and it's just, and I mean just, foul. It was so close that from here you really couldn't tell. The Disciples have been swinging the bats. The count is 2 balls and 1 strike on Patrick Music. It sounded like he might have broken his bat on that one. Let's watch that pitch again. Music singled, I mentioned. And this one, you got to pitch up and out over the plate and yanked it, but it just landed foul, maybe a foot or so to the left of the line. Third base umpire Georg Veit was right over there. So the count 2-1 on Patrick Music. There's still nobody out in this inning. Disciples leading 4-0. As a ground ball slowly hit to shortstop, Fermin has it. He throws to first. Coming home to score is Henriquez. And so that's an RBI ground out for the first out of the inning for Patrick Music. The Disciples lead by a score of 5-0. Watch that again. It was a loud crack of the bat and a slow rolling ground ball to shortstop. It must have been pounded directly into the ground. And so now a do-over of sorts for Kevin Schnorbach. Base is empty. And Steinlein takes a pitch. Low and in the dirt, ball 1. Steinlein flied to center field, hit the ball on the nose his first time. Now there's nobody on base, and the pitch is low, 2-0. Disciples have scored 4 runs this inning. Have to go back and let you know which of those are earned. I think 2 of them are earned. The pitch, that's in the dirt, ball 3, 3-0. Steinlein will be taking here, I'm pretty sure. You got a pitcher on the ropes. A lot of Mainz fans here. They've made the trip down, as they do every year. There's a strike on the outside corner, 3-1. Of course, fans in Mainz, it's really a great atmosphere when you're in Mainz watching a game. They got a great stadium and always a packed house. Steinlein swinging for the fences, and he fouls it off. 3 balls and 2 strikes. It's pretty rare to see Steinlein try to pull a ball. His natural stroke is really to center field and right field. He's got a really excellent inside-out swing, and that one looked like he was trying to pull. So a full count now. And a hard ground ball up the middle, and it's gloved behind the bag by the shortstop Fermin. That was a nice play. The 17-year-old is showing his range and why the Mainz Athletics have him in the starting lineup every day. That was very smooth. Another 6-3 putout. Watch this play again. Kenny Fermin, the shortstop, showing excellent range to his left and really solid transfer from the glove to the throwing hand, and he got off a good throw to first base. So Fildrick Llewellyn with 2 down, nobody on. And that was the full Fildrick right there. There's always one, the full Fildrick. That was like maybe with an exclamation point. Swing and a miss. Let's see if he cuts down on the next one. Usually he does a little bit, but boy, you get that first one in there, he is going to let it fly, that's for sure. 1 ball, 1 strike to count to him. And it's been working, hitting over 400. 1 ball and 1 strike to count to him. Breaking ball, ground ball, base hit left field. Between third and short. And Llewellyn has a base hit. So the inning continues for Graham Luder. Watch this pitch again. Looked like a breaking ball. Of course, this time Llewellyn did not swing from the heels like he did on the first one. So Graham Luder now steps up to the plate. Luder's double got things started for the Disciples in terms of scoring. And a fastball in the outside corner for a strike. His RBI double went over the head of the left fielder, Carl Feldman. Llewellyn at first base. He does run from time to time. He's 2 out of 3 in stolen base attempts. Although right here, I don't know if he'll go. And strike 2 at the outside corner on the knees. 2 perfect pitches from Schnorbach to Graham Luder. Luder looks down at Charles Poe, who just says it only takes 1. 0-2, maybe Llewellyn would go now. He's not going. Inside. Schnorbach looks like he's actually throwing a little harder now than he was at the beginning of the game. One and 2, the count to Graham Luder with Fildrick Llewellyn on a first base, and time is called. There you see Llewellyn being held on by Saldana. Outfield straightaway, infield straightaway. Luder has power to all fields. There goes the runner. Breaking ball, fly ball to right center field. Long run for Johannesson. He is there, and he makes the catch for out number 3. But the Disciples send 8 batters to the plate. They get 4 runs on 1, 2, 3 hits. There were 2 very costly errors and 1 left on base. We are going to the top of the 3rd inning. It's the Haar Disciples 5, the Mainz Athletics nothing. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. To the top of the 3rd inning here in game 1 of a doubleheader on Father's Day here in Germany, a national holiday. The Haar Disciples leading the Mainz Athletics 5-0 as Kevin Schnorbach gave up 4 runs. However, in the 2nd inning of those 4 runs, only 1 was earned. And that was the run that was scored by Anderson Zambrano. And so, Juan Salazar, now a 5-run lead, faces the top of the order. And the first pitch is popped foul out of play for strike 1 against Kenny Fermin. Fermin grounded out to shortstop his first time. Fermin, Nicky Weikert, and Will Kilgore. 1, 2, 3 in lineup for the Mainz Athletics, who are going to try to play catch-up here. Remember, it's a 7-inning game here. Breaking ball missed outside. Fermin almost chased it. Fermin has made some nice defensive plays so far in this game. And Salazar steps off, wants a new sign from his catcher, Will Thorpe. And the young right-hander steps back on. The 1-1 pitch, working quickly, fouled away again, strike 2. Both pitchers are working very quickly. This game started at 11 minutes past the hour, and we're now coming up a few minutes before 1. There's been a lot of action on the Haar Disciples offensive side. 1-2 pitch. Line drive poked into right field. That's going to drop for a base hit off the bat of Fermin. Reach out and touch someone. He just dropped the bat head and poked it between first and second for a single. And so a good beginning for the Mainz Athletics here. As that ball was between Luder and Music easily. So Nicky Weikert comes up to the plate with Fermin on first base. Fermin is 3 for 3 with stolen bases, but trailing by 5 runs. You better be absolutely sure you're going to make it if you're going to go. So we will see what he does. Not going on the first pitch, which is in for a strike to Nicky Weikert. Weikert walked his first time. And they check on the runner at first base. He dives back safely. Like I said, Fermin is one of the players that will run with the Mainz Athletics. Maybe they try hit and run. He started early. The pitch is low and scooped by Thorpe. But Fermin was trying to time the delivery of Salazar, and Salazar held the ball an extra second. And Fermin actually had to slam on the brakes. And the pitch. Missed inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. That's part of the game that still exists in the Bundesliga, the sort of timing play between the pitcher and the runner at first base, because there's no pitch clock here. Runner not going, pitch is low. And the count now 2-1 on Weikert. Will Kilgore is on deck. 5-0 Disciples, top of the 3rd. Fouled directly back here. Thankfully, there's a net between us. And the count 2-2. That was headed straight for my camera. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count. Juan Salazar against Nicky Weikert. Runner on first base, Fermin. Not going. The pitch. Line drive just past the glove of Patrick Music into center field. And that's a base hit. So 2 singles to begin things. And the Mainz Athletics trying to make things difficult for Juan Salazar. It's now Will Kilgore coming up to the plate with ducks on the pond. Watch this pitch again. Second time through the lineup, so this is their second look at Salazar. That was a pitch on the outside edge. Weikert, a good short stroke to the ball. Lined it right back through the middle from whence it came. So Kilgore, who struck out, one of 3 strikeout victims. He steps up now. Infield is back looking for 2. Nobody out in the inning. And he squares, and he drops the bunt down foul, strike 1. Well, he's the coach, so he doesn't need to look to anybody for any signs. If he wants to bunt, he can just decide to do so. Kilgore with a 1-strike count, nobody out. Runners leading first and second. Fermin is the runner at second. Weikert the runner at first. Breaking ball misses outside, 1 ball and 1 strike to count. A high fly ball to center field, playable for Llewellyn. The runners are going to go back and tag. Llewellyn has it, and he fires to third base. No advance from either base runner. So that's the first out. A mile-high fly ball off the bat of Will Kilgore. And so now Felix T-Rolf will step up. T-Rolf is 0 for 1. He grounded into a forced play his first time. Kilgore really got under that one. There's a lot of room out in center field, and Llewellyn had plenty of time to get under that. So T-Rolf now at the plate. Runners lead first and second. Popped foul out of play off to the right on the first one, and the count 0-1. Juan Salazar thus far has only walked one. He's allowed 3 hits, struck out 3, and now he steps off. And now he's ready. 0-1 pitch coming to T-Rolf. Breaking ball down and away. T-Rolf did not go after it, so the count now even 1-1. Waiting on deck, Peter Johannesson. 5-0 Disciples. We're in the top of the third. First of 2 here from the ballpark in Haar. The next one, the runners go. The pitch is a strike, and it goes off the glove of Thorpe, and both runners steal. So the count now 1 ball and 2 strikes, but a double steal puts runners on second and third. Aggressive base running. I guess Kilgore, after he failed to get the bunt down himself, then he decides to put on the double steal, and the Athletics have runners on second and third. Infield is back, so a ground ball would bring home a run. 1-2 the count on T-Rolf. Salazar would love a strikeout. That pitch is outside, 2-2. But games like this, any chance you have to score a run, to scratch your way back, this is the opportunity. T-Rolf, one of the best hitters in the lineup. A big spot for him with runners on second and third. Fermin and Weikert, the 2-2. In the dirt, good block by Thorpe. And now the count is full, 3-2. Well, you have Johannesson on deck. Boy, it sure would be a risk if you... And now time is called. And the umpire Cesar Javier Quintana Hidalgo, asking Salazar to throw that baseball away. It bounced in the dirt several times, so Salazar tosses it off into the Haar Disciples dugout. Full count on Felix T-Rolf. Runners on second and third, 1 out, 5-0 Haar. Third inning. Game 1 of a double dip. Salazar from the stretch, the pitch. Drilled to deep center field. This is playable for Llewellyn. Both runners will tag. The catch is made. The throw is going to come to third base as the run will come home and score. That's Fermin. It's a sacrifice fly for Felix T-Rolf. Give him a run batted in, and it is now 5-1, and there are 2 outs in the inning. So that was a productive out. T-Rolf hit that ball very hard. In another ballpark, that might have been a home run, but here in Haar, it's a routine fly out. Lots of time for Llewellyn to get up and under it, and he made the wise play throwing to third base to keep the runner Weikert at second. So now Peter Johannesson, and he pops it foul out of play, strike 1. Johannesson walked and was stranded at second base his first time. 2 down in the inning, 5-1 the score, the Disciples leading. Nicky Weikert on second base, 1 strike to Peter Johannesson. Ground ball right side, Music gloves it from the outfield grass, throws to first, and the inning is over. So the Athletics get 1 run back on 2 hits, no errors, 1 left on base. We go to the bottom of the third here in Haar. It's the Disciples 5, the Athletics 1. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brouwerij Wildbräu. So we go to the bottom of the third inning, and Kevin Schnorbach's day is done. Nick Mosier is on to pitch. He's pitched 3 1/3 innings so far this year. He's allowed 4 hits, 4 earned runs, 5 walks, and 2 strikeouts. So Schnorbach goes 2, and for the Disciples, they will send, this is Callum Murphy, 5, 6, and 7 to the plate against Nick Mosier, the right-hander. Cal Murphy, Simon Lechner, and Anderson Zambrano. And that one hits him. And so Murphy is hit by the pitch. And we'll go to first base. So not the beginning that Mosier wanted to get off to. The Disciples leading this one 5-1. They scored 1 run in the first inning and 4 in the second. But Schnorbach actually did not pitch all that bad. It looks worse than, well, it's not as bad as it looks, let me put it that way. He only threw 34 pitches as well, as Lechner shows a bunt and takes a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to Simon. Lechner, he reached on an error to start that second inning, and that's part of the reason why the Disciples scored 4 runs. There were 2 errors. There's a check on Murphy at first. He dives back. So Nick Mosier, who is 22 years of age. And the pitch to Lechner is hit high in the air to left center field. Racing in is Katowski. He's under it, and he puts it away for the first out. And so that will bring up Anderson Zambrano. In the second inning, Lechner, I mentioned, reached on that error. Then Zambrano singled, and then Thorpe was trying to bunt when the third baseman Rosius threw the ball down the right field line, and both runners scored. After that, Henriquez doubled, driving home Thorpe, and then Music grounded out, and then Steinlein drove home a run as well. There's another check on the runner at first base, and Murphy dives back. Murphy, by the way, has not stolen a base yet this year, but he is one of the players who might run, so you never know. Not going here, and this one inside, and Zambrano had the jackknife out of the way of that breaking ball. There goes the runner. Swing and a miss, throw to second base, and Murphy is in there standing up. Actually almost overran second base. As T-Rolf throwing from his knees to the shortstop side of the bag, and it was handled on a bounce by Fermin, the shortstop. So 1 ball, 1 strike, and a stolen base for Callum Murphy. His first of the year. The Disciples with another runner in scoring position with only 1 away. Now a base hit could bring him home potentially. There you see Murphy, number 26, in your picture. Anderson Zambrano at the plate with a 1-1 count. And Mosier comes set. In the dirt, good block by T-Rolf. 2 balls, 1 strike. Well, the Disciples scored in the first inning. And then they scored 4 in the bottom of the second. Mainz with a run in the top of this inning. Disciples trying to answer right back. There's a breaking ball tapped weakly on the ground, past the mound, gloved by Fermin on the run, throw to first. And another notch in the belt of the young shortstop. An excellent play. That moves the runner to third base, however, as Zambrano is out 6-3. Right. Kenny Fermin can play shortstop. Watch this. It was a slowly hit ground ball. A lot of times a ground ball like that, once it gets past the pitcher's mound, it's a very tough play, but Fermin really made it look easy. And he's only 17. So Will Thorpe steps up to the plate now. And meanwhile, T-Rolf goes to the dugout. He needs a new catcher's mitt. So T-Rolf returns. He's got a new catcher's mitt. Equipment malfunction. Thorpe at the plate. Thorpe, I mentioned, he reached on, well, he sacrificed and reached on the error by Rosius. Now he's got a runner at third with 2 outs. It would take a base hit to bring home a run. And a strike on the outside corner. Or a wild pitch. Got to be on your toes if you're Callum Murphy at third base. Anything that gets away, he could come around and score. 0-1 to Thorpe. Upstairs, 1-1. Another nice crowd here in Haar, probably about 100 people here. And that's been the norm, which is nice. There's a pop-up foul out of play. There are a number of folks that are over off playing in the youth field as well. One ball, 2 strikes, the count. That's drilled to deep left field down the line. Will it stay fair? No. Now the count's still 1-2. Thorpe barreled that one up. Let's watch this pitch on the replay as Thorpe has called time. Hanging curveball, and it was right in his wheelhouse, and he launched it, but he also knew it was going to be foul. One hop to the wall, down the left field line. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count. Nick Mosier. That's in the dirt, and it gets away. Murphy's going to try, and now he goes back, and wisely so. As again, a case where T-Rolf momentarily lost sight of the ball behind the plate. Murphy thought about it, but then quickly decided to go back, and I think it was a wise decision. He would have been out by quite some distance at home plate. So the count's still 1 ball and 2 strikes. No, excuse me, 2-2 after that pitch in the dirt. Thorpe trying to get a 2-out hit. Little pop-up on the right side of the infield. Vikert started back, now comes in, and he's got it for out number 3. But the Disciples still lead 5-1 after 3 complete, no runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left on base. We're going to the 4th inning, 5-1 Disciples. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you the Brauerei Wildbräu. Welcome back to Haar Disciples Ballpark, going to the top of the 4th inning. Disciples leading Mainz by a score of 5-1. Juan Salazar has already outdone his performance against the Mainz Athletics on opening day. He's thrown 3 complete innings thus far, having allowed only the one run. And he's going to deal with 9, 1, and 2. No, excuse me, wrong side of the lineup. Peter Saldana, so 6, 7, and 8. Saldana Feldman has a foul ball on the first pitch. And Kevin Katowski for the Mainz Athletics. 1 run on 3 hits, 2 errors for the Athletics. Those 2 errors very costly. 5, 5, and 0 for the Disciples. First of 2 here. And that pitch catches the outside corner with a breaking ball. 0 and 2 on Peter Saldana, who flied to center field his first time. And Salazar's pitch. Breaking ball down in the dirt, blocked by Thorpe. 1 and 2. Salazar trying to work quickly. Check swing, and that's strike 3. I think it was also a foul tip. And so a strikeout begins the 4th inning for the Mainz Athletics. Watch this pitch again. Good downward action. You could see the check swing, and Saldana knew it. I thought I heard a foul tip in there too. So Carl Feldman now steps up to the plate. Feldman, left-handed hitter. He struck out his first time. That is 4 strikeouts, by the way, for Juan Salazar. And the pitch is high and outside. Salazar, 68 pitches so far in the game. And that's low, 2-0. On Feldman. That's inside, ball 3. Salazar has walked 2 in the game and allowed the 3 hits. And that's ball 4, so now the 3rd walk. A 1-out job here in the 4th inning, and that'll bring up Kevin Katowski, the number 8 hitter, with Feldman at first base. Katowski singled in the 2nd inning and was stranded at first base. So 1 away here. Katowski not the easiest double play ball candidate, but the Disciples would look for a ground ball anyway. Feldman off first base. There's a fly ball left center field. This is playable for Zambrano. He drifts over and puts it away for the 2nd out. 1 pitch, and that's the 2nd out off the bat of Katowski. And so now Nicholas Rosius, who struck out looking in the 2nd inning. And quickly Ryan Bollinger out to the mound to chat with Juan Salazar. Wonder if Salazar might be on a pitch count, and they may sort of have a plan for who's going to do innings 1 through 4. This might be, if he can get him, his last hitter. Or maybe Bollinger's out to sort of chat with him and let him know where they're at in terms of the game plan. I'm not sure what that could have been, because kind of an unusual time for a mound visit, but I'm guessing that it has something to do with whatever the plan they had in place was. Maybe he just wanted to go out there and say, hey, this might be your last hitter, so just give it all you got. Let's see. First pitch is a strike. Or it could have just been a reminder, hey, number 9 hitter, make sure you just throw strikes. Or he might have seen something, who knows. Either way, Bollinger quickly back to the dugout, and the first pitch was a strike. The next one is down and in, 1 ball and 1 strike. Rosius for his 2nd plate appearance. Fouled away, 1 and 2. Salazar has not had a 1-2-3 inning, but he has made big pitches when he's needed to. He had a runner in the 1st. 2 base runners in the 2nd, allowed a run in the 3rd, and a swing and a little cue shot foul on that breaking ball. 1 and 2, but Salazar has looked very comfortable out there. He's working quickly. Time's called, obviously, as and the next one just missed inside. Half the infield for the Disciples was about to step off the field thinking it was going to get called strike 3. But you got to wait for Chupich to pick the apple. That's how he calls the strike. Runner goes. Line drive to right field. That's a base hit. And Feldman, because he was going, is going to be able to go all the way to third base. So Rosius singles. And now the lineup will turn over, and it's going to be Kenny Fermin. Rosius, I think, hit that ball off the end of the bat, but he got solid. He squared it up and lined it over the first baseman, Luder. And so now a 2-out rally of sorts. Will Thorpe out, giving the signs to the infield in case Rosius decides to take off. Mainz trying to eke their way back into this game. It's only 5-1. That's nothing in the Bundesliga. And a strike to Fermin. Fermin is 1 for 2 at the plate, and he has played excellent defense at shortstop. He singled and scored the only run for the Athletics. That was last inning. 0-1 the count to him. The pitch. Fly ball right field. Steinlein is right there, and he's got it for out number 3. No runs, a hit, no errors, 2 left. 3.5 are in the books here in Haar. 5-1 Disciples. Juan Salazar has pitched very well so far. We will take a break. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We are back, and it's the bottom of the 4th inning here in Haar. The Disciples leading Mainz by a score of 5-1, and it's going to be 9-1-2. Zaino Henriquez, Patrick Music, and Lucas Steinlein against the second pitcher of the afternoon for the Athletics, Nick Mosier. Mosier, the 22-year-old right-hander, took over for Kevin Schnorbach last inning. And Henriquez, who has doubled to drive home a run and scored, fouls away the first pitch. Switch hitter batting from the left side is Zaino Henriquez. And the pitch, high and outside. Servus Falco Blöcker, Entschuldigung, Böcker, watching from Mainz. Schöne Grüße. Grüß dich. That's about as close to Bavarian that I can speak. Hobediere. That ball drilled to deep right field, high and deep into the gap, and it lands in front of Katowski. Enriquez racing, and he's there with his second double. A leadoff job here in the fourth. But the ball sounded really good off the bat. And I thought it was going to fly to the wall, and it landed in front of Kevin Katowski. So I guess I overestimated how far that ball was going to go, but still it's a double for Enriquez. And he's 2 for 2 with 2 of them. And so now the top of the order, Patrick Music. Music 1 for 2. He's singled. He's also grounded out to drive home a run. The right-hand hitter. And Enriquez dancing around off second base. The pitch is in for a strike. It was dropped by T-Rolf, who I think was crossed up on the pitch. T-Rolf was expecting something else. Watch this. Watch the reaction of the catcher. He thought it was going to be a fastball, and he got the breaking pitch, and immediately there's a meeting. However, it was a strike, so the count is 0-1 as the organ player decides to take a little solo. I don't know who this organ player is. I knew the other guy in past years, but this is a different one. Patrick Music, speaking of organ players, is going to look at an 0-1 pitch. Enriquez on second base, nobody out. 5-1 Disciples. We're in the fourth. And the pitch. That's hit off the end of the bat down the right field line, foul. 0-2, not a bad idea. Music looked like he was trying to go to the opposite field on that pitch. But was just a little bit too late. Ball landing maybe 10 feet to the right of the foul line. 0-2, runner on second base is Enriquez. There you see him, number 44. Nick Mosier on the mound, getting signs from Felix T-Rolf. And it will be an 0-2. Here it comes. Slowly hit ground ball towards short, charged by Fermin. He gloves and throws, and he's done that already a couple times today. But crossing to third is Enriquez. Another excellent play by the shortstop. I'm looking at my scorecard. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3 or 6, 4 putouts, and he's made all of them very smoothly. So that's one away. And the hitter now, Lucas Steinlein, with Enriquez at third base. Infield's going to come in and try to cut off the runner Enriquez at the plate. So Steinlein has to hit one through the infield. First pitch breaking ball is in for a strike, 0-1. Steinlein is 0 for 2. He flied to center field and grounded to short. Any ground ball hit towards Fermin has been an out today. There's a foul ball on a big swing, 0-2. Another breaking ball. It's 2 consecutive breaking balls. Good morning to Stephanie Music, watching from Ardmore, Tennessee. As I remember, Ardmore is both in Tennessee and Alabama, but you're watching from the Tennessee side, I guess. 0-2. Fly ball, foul off to the right. That's going to get over the fence and out of play. Still 0-2. That time it was a fastball from Mosier after a couple of breaking balls to start Steinlein. And Steinlein, as I mentioned, he's got that good right field swing. That bodes well against a pitcher who pitches backwards. 0-2 from Mosier. That one's inside, breaking ball. And the count now 1-2. Tried to come onto the inside corner with that pitch. So that pitch starts off towards the hip of Luke Steinlein and then breaks back towards the inner part of the plate, but that one was too far in. 1-2. Little floater into right center field. That's going to drop for a base hit, and Enriquez can walk home. An RBI single makes it 6-1 off the bat of Lucas Steinlein. And Enriquez comes home to score.
Yeah.
Watch this one again on the replay. The Disciples have swung the bat very well today. 6 runs. That is their 6th hit of the game, 7th hit of the game, excuse me. And so now, Fildrik Llewellyn, who has reached on a fielder's choice and scored and then singled. So officially 1 for 1. Let's see if we get the full Fildrick on the first swing here. I'm going to give that about an 8 out of 10 compared to the last one. He held onto the bat with 2 hands that time. Still a very healthy cut, and he just missed it. But talk about putting all of your weight into the swing. Boy, when you time that thing up, you can definitely get some drive behind that. Meanwhile, Vlado Čupić is dusting off home plate. Felix Tierolf going to put the mask back on. So the count 0-1. Nick Mosier dealing with Llewellyn. Steinlein on first base. 1 out in the inning. There goes Steinlein. The pitch is grounded slowly to short. Fermin juggles it, has only 1 play, and that's to first base. That's the first time we've seen Fermin do anything other than make it look perfectly smooth, but he still made the play. And because Steinlein was going, he makes it to second base. That could have been a force out. I think it would have been too slowly hit for a double play.
Run on second base.
And so 2 down, and Graham Luder with Steinlein at second base. Luder today has doubled home a run and flied out. Steinlein going for third. The pitch inside. The throw to third. Not even close. He slides in. Steinlein was going on first move, and he steals the bag. You could see him take off. He took off almost before the pitch was thrown. That's a great jump by Luke Steinlein. Breaking ball was inside for a ball. And so the count 1 ball and no strikes on Graham Luder. Of course, with 2 outs, you better be absolutely sure you're going to make it. And Steinlein was sure, and he did make it. As a pitch down the heart of the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike now on Graham Luder. Luder drove in the first run of the game with a double deep to left field in the first inning. Breaking ball off the plate away. Two balls, 1 strike to count. Here it comes. Slow roller pulled, foul, 2-2. Even count, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner on third base, Luke Steinlein. 6-1 Disciples, bottom of the 4th. And he reaches out and lines it into center field. An RBI single to drive home Steinlein. What a great piece of hitting by Graham Luder. That was a breaking ball that was fading away from him, and he covered the outer half of the plate, hit it off the end of the bat, and cracked it through into center field to drive home his 2nd run of the game. The Disciples lead 7-1. Look at that. Well, that pitch is, well, if you're Mosier, you just tip your cap. That is an excellent piece of hitting. And now Callum Murphy, who is 0 for 1, he was hit by a pitch, stole a base, and grounded out. Luder is at first. The pitch to Murphy is high for a ball. And a check on the runner. Just barely got back. Boy, that was close. I think Saldana thought they had Luder. Let's watch this. Luder is now a little bit slow to get up. Went in hard. He is still on the ground, actually, is Graham Luder. And now Ryan Bollinger is going to check on him. Let's watch that again. This is the pickoff play. Luder went down, maybe got tagged hard on the right shoulder. And you see how he drops his elbow. You wonder if maybe he dislocated something, but let's see. I might be able to play that for you slowly. Let's play that again at the half speed. So this is the pickoff that we just saw. Watch how Luder dives back in. The spin and the throw. That's hard, really hard to see, but you can see he immediately goes down in pain. He is now standing up, by the way, in real life. So and he's going to get a round of applause. Things seem to be back to as expected for Graham Luder. Just went in hard, diving back to the bag. So the count, 1 ball, no strikes on Callum Murphy. Luder, the runner at first base. There are 2 outs. It is 7-1. The Disciples leading here in the bottom of the 4th inning. This is a 7-inning game. First of 2, and so Murphy trying to keep the line moving here. Mosier deals. Swing and a miss. That was a healthy cut from Callum. And the count 1 ball, 1 strike. Game got started about 11 minutes after 12. We've had rain the past 3 or 4 days here in Munich, but today's beautiful. There's a ball weakly hit to the right side on 1 hop. Weikert gloves and lobs it over to first base in time for the out. That was a tough play because Weikert had his momentum carrying him into short right field, and he was able to get that toss to Saldana. So the 4-3 ground out ends the inning. However, the Disciples played another run. Excuse me, 2 runs. 2 runs on 3 hits. No errors, 1 left on base. To the 5th inning we go here in Haar. It's the Disciples 7, the Athletics 1. Haar Disciples Baseball is brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu.
Unsere Studios sind mehr als nur ein Ort für Fitness und Muskelaufbau. Es sind Treffpunkte einer starken Community. Hier steckst du dir deine Ziele selbst und entscheidest, warum du noch gesünder, noch fitter oder einfach noch besser werden willst. Sei stärker als deine stärkste Ausrede. Trainiere bei Clever Fit.
We go to the top of the 5th inning, and Juan Salazar still out there. He's pitched very well. Going to try to get through this inning and get a Bundesliga win under his belt. The right-hander has thrown 80 pitches, and he will deal with 2, 3, and 4 in the lineup for the Mainz Athletics. Nicky Weikert, Will Kilgore, and Felix Tierolf. The Disciples have scored in every inning except for the 3rd. They scored 1 in the 1st, 4 in the 2nd, and 2 in the 4th. Mainz scored their lone run in the 3rd. Nicky Weikert is 1 for 1. He singled and walked. And now he singles again between short and 3rd on the first pitch. He's swung a good bat, getting his average up over 300, I presume, now with that line drive base hit to left field. So he is on first base. Mainz Athletics, still a lot of ball game left here, even though it's only a 7-inning game. The Athletics are a team who traditionally have always been able to score runs in bunches, and Will Kilgore, 0 for 2, the number 3 hitter, and he hits a high fly ball to left field that's going to stay in the park. Zambrano has a lot of time to wait for this one to come down, and Kilgore just missed that. A towering fly ball for out number 1. Actually, the last 2 fly balls that Kilgore has hit have been, well, you worry that it's going to start raining after they come down. He is really reaching up for the heavens with some of those fly balls. And so 1 away, and Felix Tierolf, the hitter. Tierolf has flied out, hit a pop fly, and then hit a sacrifice fly for the only run batted in of the game for the Mainz Athletics. That was a drive to deep center field in the third. Vikert off first, not going. Pitch is inside for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes to Felix Tierolf. And now it's outside 2-0. Salazar has allowed 5 hits, 1 run, 3 walks, and 4 strikeouts so far in this game. 2-0 to Tierolf. There's a strike at the knees on the outside corner. Like I said, he's allowed a base runner in every inning, at least 1 base runner. And there's even one here, and meanwhile time has been called. I think there was a ball on the field that we didn't know about, and Fildrick Llewellyn found it and throws it to Zambrano, who then throws it into the batting cage area off to the left. And I guess it bounced back onto the field in foul territory, so now somebody comes out of the Disciples bullpen to get it. Now we are ready to go. 2 balls and a strike. And a check on the runner at first base. Nicky Vikert not far from the bag. He's going. The pitch is a strike. The throw to second base, not in time. The pitch was not a strike, actually. Thorpe is asking whether it was, and Chupich says it was low. So it is ball 3 and a stolen base for Vikert. That's one of those cases where Thorpe coming out of the crouch to make the throw maybe shielded the eyes of the umpire from that pitch. It looked to be pretty close to the outside corner. However, the count 3-1 now. Runner at second base with 1 out. The pitch to Tierolf. Popped up on the infield and playable. Music is back, now coming in a few steps, and that's out number 2. Salazar has been able to make big pitches when he's needed to. And with 2 outs in the 5th inning, he will go and do battle with Peter Johannesson, the veteran right fielder for the Mainz Athletics. Johannesson is 0 for 1. He's walked and grounded out. Vikert at second base. The pitch. Swinging a foul off the mask of Thorpe. Strike 1. Maybe it hit Chupich, the home plate umpire. That was a letter-high fastball to Johannesson and just got a piece, fouled it back. Juan Salazar trying to work his way through 5 innings. And the 0-1, that's low. 1 ball and 1 strike. And the 1-1. Ground ball, slowly hit to the right side. Luter smothers it and flips it to Salazar covering, and that will end the inning. A leadoff single and nothing else. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, no 1 left on base at the end of 4.5 here in Haar. It is 7-1 Disciples. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. We get ready for the bottom of the 5th inning here in Haar. Tim Collins with you. Hope you're having a good day wherever you may be. Here, the Mainz Athletics and the Haar Disciples doing battle. The Disciples leading by a score of 7-1. Bottom of the 5th inning, and it's going to be 6, 7, and 8. Simon Lechner, Anderson Zambrano, and Will Thorpe against the right-hander Nick Mosier, the second pitcher for the Mainz Athletics. And Simon Lechner, who is 0 for 2, but he reached on an error and scored, and then flied out. That was the inning in which the Disciples scored 4 runs. First pitch to him is a strike on the outside corner. Lechner, the DH today. And the right-hander Mosier kicks and deals. That's low. 1 ball and 1 strike count to Simon Lechner. Lechner hit that ground ball to the third baseman Rosius, who pulled the first baseman Saldana off the bag with a high throw. That was an E5, and then Lechner then came around to score on another E5 after Thorpe tried to bunt, and Rosius threw the ball down the right field line. 2-1 the count to him. Popped up, foul, out of play off to the left, and the count 2-2. There was another pitch in there that I missed for you. Two balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Bottom of the 5th, game 1 of a doubleheader. 2 7-inning games today. And the pitch, high, ball 3, 3-2. Lechner has walked 3 times this year. That's in his 22 plate appearances. And he's just walked for a 4th time. That's outside. So leadoff walk for the Disciples here in the 5th, and that'll bring up Anderson Zambrano. Zambrano 1 out of 2. He singled in the 2nd, came around to score, and then grounded to short in the 3rd. Zambrano has swung a good bat in the games I've seen him. Right-hand hitter with power to all parts of the field. Lechner on first base. The pitch, swing and a miss. Zambrano chasing one. It looked like a challenge pitch from Mosier. Zambrano put a good hack on it. 0-1. And he shows bunt, pulls it back, and looks at strike 2. Third baseman Rosius was way back, but now with 2 strikes, he can stay there. Thinking about laying one down. Zambrano with an 0-2 count. Lechner on first base. Not going. The pitch high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And a check on Lechner at first. He dives back. In case you're wondering, Simon Lechner does not have a stolen base attempt this year. Got some minor 6 chords going on in the background. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Zambrano. And this ball popped weakly foul off to the right off the fists. Still 1-2. Pitch running in on the hands of Anderson Zambrano. Still 1-2. Mosier deals. Line shot, base hit to right field. And Lechner will stop at second base as Zambrano for the 2nd time has plugged that gap between first and second. This was hit very hard. Watch this on the replay. So the first 2 are on for the Disciples here in the 5th as they keep the pressure on. Zambrano, solid piece of hitting. And so now Will Thorpe, nobody out. Well, you think he'll try to bunt again. Last time he did that, it resulted in 2 runs. I mean, if you're going to bunt in this situation, you want to bunt it to the third baseman. And so the Disciples already with a 6-run lead, but no lead is safe in this league, so they might still play small ball here. Or they might let Thorpe swing away. Let's see. He had some good swings his last at bat. Officially 0 for 1. And no sign of a bunt. Breaking ball is inside. 1 ball, no strikes. I was also thinking maybe Mosier might do the inside move to see if Thorpe gives something away, but with the score being 7-1, he did not. 1-0 the count. That ball hit high and deep and fouled on the left field line. Another good swing, however, by Thorpe. 1 ball and 1 strike, the count to him. He's gotten around on a couple of those today. Wonder if he maybe can try to square one up. Keep it fair down that left field line. Runners leading first and second. Lechner at second, Zambrano at first. Nobody out. And there's the inside move. And this one goes to the backstop. Both runners will advance on a wild pitch. I'm gonna have to ask the sound guy, is that the Meters playing in the background? Sure sounds like the Meters. But it might be a band that just sounds like the Meters. If you don't know the Meters, you should know the Meters. They're very good. Anyway, the wild pitch puts runners on second and third. And now the infield has to come in. The count is 2 balls and 1 strike to Will Thorpe. He could drive home 2 with 1 swing of the bat. And the 2-1 missed outside, just barely, ball 3. 3-1. And he goes chasing a pitch down and away. Thorpe being too aggressive on that one. The count is now full 3-2. Zaino Henriquez with 2 doubles is waiting in the on-deck circle. Full count on Will Thorpe. Runners on second and third with nobody out. And the breaking ball is high for ball 4. And the Disciples have the bases loaded and nobody out. No activity in the bullpen from what I can see for the Mainz Athletics. So this is Mosier's game. Remember, this is the part of the season where each team plays 4 games in the span of 4 days. And these rosters, generally speaking, are not usually built for that in terms of pitching depth. And so Will Kilgore absolutely does not want to use more pitchers than he needs to in this first game because there is a premium on pitching. It's the same for the Disciples. Bases loaded, nobody out. And Zaino Henriquez looks at ball 1, down and in, 1-0. Henriquez doubled to drive home a run in the second. He also scored, and then he doubled and scored in the 4th. So he scored 2 runs. Switch hitter batting from the left side. Bases loaded, nobody out, nowhere to put him. And he lines it over right center field, base hit. In comes Lechner. In comes Zambrano to the plate. The throw is late. 2 more runs have scored. It is 9-1. Have yourself a day, Zaino Henriquez. 3 for 3 with 3 runs batted in. Thorpe went all the way to third base on that. And now we're getting up close to 10-run territory. Will Kilgore out of the dugout to chat with his pitcher, Nick Mosier. Watch it on the replay. Down and away, hit it off the end of the bat, but lined it over the short, lined it off, no, not over the shortstop, over the second baseman, Nicky Weikert, into right center field, and Mosier is done. So there will be a pitching change here. We'll take a short break. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So the new pitcher for the Mainz Athletics is Tomlin Müller. He must have been warming up over in the Haar Disciples bullpen because I did not see him. Left-hander, 24 years old, is on to try to stop the bleeding here. He has only pitched 2 2/3 innings this year, giving up 6 hits and 5 earned runs. And he's facing the top of the order, Patrick Music. And that pitch is outside. A left-hander who really slings it from the side, it appears. Music is 1 for 3 in this game. He singled to start the game and grounded to short twice, but one of those ground balls drove home a run, so he has an RBI. Disciples leading 9-1, and Müller wings it outside 2-0. Well, this is a 7-inning game to begin with, but the Disciples, if they open up a 10-run lead, I'm not exactly sure. I believe after 5 innings it might be already a 10-run victory. We will find that out, perhaps. There's a swing and a tapper. Looked like a breaking ball. Sort of a slurve by Müller. His delivery really reminds me of a pitcher that I watched when I was a kid, Graham Lloyd, who pitched for the New York Yankees in the late 90s, won the World Series with them. Sort of a long motion throwing across his body. Looks like it's very tough on lefties. And that one is outside, 3-1. However, the Disciples don't have many lefties in their lineup. None, in fact, because Henriquez is a switch hitter, should it get that far. 3 balls and a strike on Music he might be taking here. And he takes ball 4. Bases are again loaded, as Henriquez will go to second base, and now Luke Steinlein steps up to the plate. So Thorpe is at third, Henriquez is at second, Music is at first. Tomlin Müller, the third pitcher for the Mainz Athletics. Nick Mosier did not retire a batter in this inning. In fact, there's still nobody out. Swing and a miss, Steinlein late. Looked like he was looking for a breaking ball. Steinlein has 1 hit in 3 at-bats. He singled to drive home a run and scored in the 4th. Bases loaded. That's outside. 1-1. Remember, after this game, there's going to be another. And Tomlin Müller comes set. And this one is in the dirt. Good block by T-Rolf. 2-1. T-Rolf doing yeoman service back there. Games like this, catching is probably got to be by far the hardest position in baseball. I guess besides maybe pitching. I've never caught before. I just know that it is difficult. 2-1 on Luke Steinlein. Bases loaded, nobody out. The pitch. A ground ball left side, backhanded by Fermin. He goes to third, and they get the force. A run comes home to score, however. Fermin has really been stellar defensively. If that ball gets through, 2 runs score. However, 1 does score. Gives Steinlein an RBI on the fielder's choice. So he reaches. Music goes to second. Henriquez is thrown out 6-5. That's the first out of the inning. And Thorpe comes around to score. And so the Disciples lead 10-1. And the hitter, Fildrick Llewellyn. Are we going to get the full Fildrick here? Certainly would not surprise me. Let's see. Lefty against the righty. Breaking ball is up above the zone. Nope. In the zone, says Vlado Chupic. 0-1 the count to Fildrick Llewellyn. Runners on first and second now with 1 out. In the dirt. Good block by T-Rolf. 1 ball, 1 strike. Llewellyn, who has the nickname Wee Wee. That's also his artist name. You can look him up on Spotify, folks. Give a shout out to fellow musicians out there. 1 ball and 1 strike, the count to Llewellyn. And that breaking ball is high and outside. 2 balls and a strike. Llewellyn looking down at Charles Poe. Charles Poe is just bobbing his head to the music for the signs. No sign. The sign is get in a groove. That's the sign. And he tried to pull an outside pitch and dribbles it foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the count to Fildrick. See runners on first and second. 10-1 here in the bottom of the 5th. Disciples trying to shorten this already short 7-inning game. Two and 2. And that one is high. Mueller going with the fastball. So a full count. You got Graham Luter on deck. Will the runners go here? I doubt it. Highly doubt it. First and second. And a ground ball foul. Another pitch away. Now Miller looks like he's got some pitches that do move right to left. And that one looked like it went the other way, almost like a screwball or something. Might have just been his fastball that tails naturally that way. Runners, however, were not going. You can see music in your picture standing on second base. The pitch fouled away again. Still a full count. Llewellyn, that time trying to go to right field. He's talking to himself. Llewellyn absolutely trying to drive home a run here. Give the fans another reason to cheer. It's been all Disciples this game. They took a 1-0 lead in the first inning and have never looked back. Full count on Llewellyn. And that's outside. Ball 4. The bases are again loaded. And that will bring up Graham Luter. And no, we're going to get a pinch hitter. So Graham Luter is going to be relieved. And so we're going to a youngster. This is number 33, Felix Stroll is going to pinch hit for Graham Luter. So Stroll, one of the youngsters for the Disciples, has had 1 hit and 8 at-bats. He's also drawn 1 walk. So he's going to get a chance to drive home a run here, or possibly more. Felix Stroll at the plate, pinch hitting for Luter. The pitch, swing and a miss. First pitch curveball, and he swings over the top. Luter had been 2 for 3. That one is inside for a ball. One thing you want to look for from the young hitter, make sure he doesn't expand his zone. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Bases loaded, only 1 out. Disciples looking for a run. As a backdoor breaking ball. Good pitch from Tomlin Miller. Callum Murphy is on deck. Now we'll see if this game continues to the 6th, what position Stroll will play. Maybe he'll play first base. And he hits one back through the middle. On the bag, fielded by Vikert, touches the bag, throws to first. It's a double play. And the inning is over. So Stroll cued one. It snuck its way past the pitcher, rolled right past the second base bag where it was picked up by Vikert, stepped on second, threw to first for the 2nd and 3rd outs of the inning. So the Disciples will indeed play a 6th inning here today. It is 10-1 as we go to the top of the 6th. Haar Disciples Baseball brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we go to the top of the 6th inning, and that was an excellent job by Tomlin Miller, the left-hander who came in for the Mainz Athletics. Came on in just about the worst possible situation. And after walking a batter and getting a force play ground ball, walking another hitter, he then gets a double play ball to get out of the inning. And so it is 10-1 Disciples as we move to the 6th. And Juan Salazar still out there. The first pitch to Peter Saldana is fouled at the plate. That pitch getting a piece of Saldana. Salazar has been excellent today. That was his 91st pitch. He's allowed 5 hits, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts, just the 1 run. This has got to be his best start of his career so far in the Bundesliga. And he's got 2 quick strikes on Peter Saldana. It'll be 6, 7, and 8. Saldana, Carl Feldman, and Kevin Kotowski for the Mainz Athletics here in the 6th inning against the right-hander Salazar. Swing and a miss. Got him on the off speed. Saldana way out in front of that one. And that is an excellent put-away pitch from Juan Salazar, way out in front. That's strikeout number 5 for the young right-hander. And a good beginning for the 6th for him. And Carl Feldman, 0 for 1 with a walk, steps up to the plate. He walked and also struck out today. And 4 straight strikes to begin the 6th inning from Juan Salazar. Make it 5 as that ball fouled away. Meanwhile, Thorpe goes out there to have a chat quickly with him. Juan Salazar, the young right-hander. The Disciples obviously have high hopes for him, and maybe we're seeing him come into his own here, pitching against one of the stalwarts. And look at that, another strikeout, 6 consecutive strikes here in the 6th inning. And now Kevin Kotowski will step up. Kotowski 1 out of 2. He has singled and flied to left field. He's not the easiest person to strike out. And a strike, 7 in a row. Well, can he get 2 more? Nope, that one is outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. And Kotowski evens the count. That one's inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Salazar is on the mound ready to throw. Ground ball slowly rolled to the first baseman Stroll, who shovels it to Juan Salazar, and that is a very quick, very effective 6th inning, and also his first 3-up, 3-down inning in the game. Salazar, nothing across the board for the Mainz Athletics. The Haar Disciples coming to bat in the bottom of the 6th. They lead 10-1. We move to the bottom of the 6th inning here in Haar, and Miguel Pinheiro is going to pinch hit for Callum Murphy against the left-hander Tomlin Müller for the Mainz Athletics. And I also see Bernd Radovic on deck. He's going to pinch hit for Simon Lechner. So the Disciples, they just need 1 run to end this game prematurely. And Miguel Pinheiro stepping up. They had a great chance last inning, but obviously Charles Poe doing the right thing and getting some of the young guys in there. And Pinheiro takes a strike on the outside corner. Pinheiro so far this year for the Disciples is 0 for 5 in limited play. Of course, he's a veteran going back several years. Big swing and a miss, 0 and 2. Miguel Pinheiro sporting the purple bat and steps into the box and immediately asks for time. Nothing in 2 the count, as Müller also taking some time dusting off the pitching rubber. Now he toes it up. 0-2 pitch. Grounded back through the middle. Vikert gloves it, off balance throw on a bounce, and safe at first base. Saldana able to knock it down, but could not scoop it cleanly. That's probably going to be a base hit. Would have been an excellent play. So Miguel Pinheiro is on first base to start things here in the bottom of the 6th on a slow ground ball. And that'll bring up Bernd Radovic. Radovic, who was featured in a photo on Instagram that made it look like he was going to pitch today. And he said it's not windy enough for the knuckleball when I brought him up. Although, you know, I think there's enough wind for a knuckleball today. So maybe we see him in the next game. Who knows? Anyway, he's pinch hitting for Simon Lechner and takes a ball outside. Radovic so far this year has 2 hits and 14 at-bats. One of those hits is a double. I remember that. That was a deep left field shot against Hunstetten. Pulls that ball on the ground deep at third. Nice play by Rosias, who was backing up. They go around the horn, and they get the double play out at second and at first. 5-4-3. That was not easy because it was hugging the line, and Rosias had to sort of back up on it. And he made an off-balance throw to second, but Vikert with a quick turn got the throw to first, so 5-4-3. And very quickly 2 down. So, Anderson Zambrano, 2 out of 3, steps up to the plate. He has singled twice and scored twice. Otherwise, he grounded out. No, it's not a traffic jam. There's a swing and a tapper foul behind the plate. It sounds like Brooklyn when that horn honks. Sounds like a park in New York City. I can say that because I lived there. The next pitch is a strike. That time, Vlado Čupić used the full fist. He didn't do the apple pick. You know, actually, last time I saw Vlado, he had his arm in a, not a cast, but a, you know, he clearly had injured his hand, and I wondered if he was going to be able to call balls and strikes. Anyway, no need to make a call there. That was a swing and a miss for strike 3. And a quick inning for Tomlin Müller. No runs, a hit, no errors, nobody left. End of 6 complete. We go to the top of the 7th. Last chance for the Mainz Athletics. It is 10-1 Disciples. Haar Disciples Baseball is brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. The highbrow Brauerei Wildbräu. So we go to the top of the 7th inning, 10-1 the Disciples leading, and Juan Salazar's day is done, and boy, his was a very good day. 6 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned run, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts. He threw exactly 100 pitches, 59 strikes. So if there's something where you'd look for room for improvement, that would be the strike ball ratio. But otherwise, a very good performance. He is in line to get his 2nd Bundesliga win. If Adriano Penskover can hold things where they are. Penskover has only pitched 1 2/3 innings. He has a strikeout, 3 walks. He's allowed 4 earned runs. So the Mainz Athletics will send 9, 1 and 2. Nicholas Rosius, Kenny Fermin, and Nicky Weikert. If anybody gets on, Will Kilgore. Top of the 7th, and the pitch is outside from Penskover, 1-0. Rosius is 1 out of 2 today. He singled and struck out looking. And now he grounds one to the right side for Patrick Music. Soft toss to first, 1 away. And let's see who's playing first base for the Disciples. That is Stroll at first base, right? Mentioned that before. Pinheiro is at third. And Radovic is just the DH, so Radovic is on the bench. 1 away on the ground out. And that'll bring up the top of the order, Kenny Fermin. And he looks at a strike on the first pitch. Fermin, 1 out of 3 at the plate. He has been stellar defensively. I know I said that the last time. 17-year-old shortstop. Athletics have to be happy about the way he has played, and the pitch is inside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Breaking ball with no bite from Penskover. The Disciples need 2 more outs to win this first game, leading 10-1. Then after that, there's going to be another one in about a half an hour. I will leave this stream on. It will not be a different link. It'll be the same stream link. 2 balls and a strike to Fermin. Ground ball slowly hit to short. Henriquez throws out his counterpart for out number 2. 2 down and nobody on here in the 7th inning. Nicky Weikert will step up to the plate. Story of the game for sure is Juan Salazar. An excellent 6 strong innings against a team that beat him to open the season. That's got to feel really good for the young right-hander. And not only that, but he gave the Disciples length, which saves their arms for the 2nd game and also for the weekend. Weikert fouls away the first pitch, strike 1. Weikert has singled twice and walked. He's been on base all 3 times. Two down, nobody on. Top of the 7th. That's inside, 1 ball and 1 strike to count. That's high. 2 balls and 1 strike. And that one catches the top of the zone. The Disciples 1 strike away from ending this first game. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. With 2 down. And he just got a piece. Did Weikert. Looked like a little breaking ball. And he stays alive. Count remains 2-2. Penskover goes to the rosin bag behind the mound. And just missed upstairs. We've got a full count. Disciples pitching. Obviously, that's all Salazar. He walked 3 in the game, so they've been good with not giving away free base runners. The Disciples also have not made an error. The 3-2 hit softly on a couple of hops to Music. He throws to first in time, and the ball game is over. 1-2-3 go the Mainz Athletics here in the 7th inning. And the final score, the Haar Disciples 10, the Mainz Athletics 1. 10 runs, 11 hits, no errors for the Disciples, 1, 5, and 2 very costly errors for the Athletics. Winning pitcher is Juan Salazar, losing pitcher Kevin Schnorbach. Game started at 12:11 and it ends at about 2:27 p.m. for those of you who are keeping score at home, which is exactly none of you, but I don't care. Just going to say it anyway. So I'm going to take about a half an hour break. I'm going to leave the stream on. We'll be back with game 2 at, let's say, 3 p.m. Thanks for tuning in. My name is Tim Collins. Don't forget to And we'll be back in about a half hour with game 2. Final score of game 1, the Haar Disciples 10, the Mainz Athletics 1. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wilbräu. Welcome back to Haar Disciples Ballpark, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a nice break. Maybe you had something to eat, something to drink. Maybe you took a bath, walked the dog, whatever you had to do. We have had about a half an hour of time transpire between the end of the first game, which the Disciples won by a score of 10-1, and the beginning of this one. So now it's 3 p.m., a couple of minutes afterwards. Still a nice crowd here. The sun, I believe, is going to be more of a presence in this game than it was in the first one. So things are looking up. The starting pitcher for the Haar Disciples is going to be the right-hander Lucas Steinlein. And the Disciples are going to be wearing their brand new purple City Connect jerseys that they unveiled actually last weekend in Regensburg. And not for nothing, I really think there should be more purple in baseball. That's just my opinion, unfiltered opinion. So the Disciples won the first game wearing the traditional white and yellow tops. This time they have the new ones. You'll see them in a moment when they take the field. Very nice, solid purple color with the yellow number on the back, and of course Haar written across the front. And they are indeed taking the field right now, as Luke Steinlein will be on the bump. And the lineup he's going to face a little bit different for Coach Will Kilgore. It's going to begin with Kenny Fermin, the shortstop, just like the first game did. Nicky Weikert, the second baseman, bats second. Will Kilgore, designated hitter, bats third. Felix T. Rolf is playing first base and batting fourth. He caught the first game. He'll be at first base in game 2. Peter Johannesson, right field, bats fifth. And Peter Saldana, the catcher in game 2, he's going to bat sixth. Leonard Stickling, who did not play in game 1, he is going to play third base and bat seventh. He also, you may see him pitching at some point as well. Kevin Katowski in center field bats eighth, and Nicholas Rosius is going to be in left field and bat ninth. Defensively for the Haar Disciples, they do have one change, and I'll let you know about that as we go. But Patrick Music is playing second base, leading off. Luke Steinlein, the pitcher, will bat second. Fildrick Llewellyn in center field will bat third. Felix Stroll is going to play first base for Graham Luter. Remember Luter dove back into first base and injured his shoulder. So he is unable to play in game 2, at least at the moment. He starts the game on the bench. So Stroll is actually going to bat cleanup because it's that late of a scratch. And then Callum Murphy is batting fifth, playing third base. Simon Lechner in right field batting sixth. Will Thorpe, the catcher, bats seventh. Anderson Zambrano in left field bats eighth. And Zaino Henriquez, the shortstop, will bat ninth. This ball game about ready to begin. Luke Steinlein has only thrown 3 innings so far this year, but they were very good ones, and he has an ERA of goose egg as he steps up on the mound. The sun beginning to poke through the clouds. And here we go. First pitch of game 2 is at 3:05 p.m., and it's outside, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Home plate umpire for this game is Cesar Javier Quintana Hidalgo. Lotto 2 pitch is down the third base line. Georg Veit down the first base line as the umpires have rotated. There's a fly ball, right field slicing towards the line in foul territory. It's out of the reach of Lechner and lands untouched. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kenny Fermin in the first game had 1 hit in 4 at-bats. One ball and 1 strike. Luke Steinlein now in full-fledged sunlight. What is this? Haven't seen this in about a week. Forgot what it looked like. The pitch is low. 2 balls and 1 strike. We sometimes forget what the sunshine looks like here in Bavaria. Boy, when the sun comes out, though, sure is nice. Here's the 2-1. Line drive right to the third baseman Murphy, who grabs it out of the air for out number 1. I think it was hit off the end of the bat, off the bat of Fermin. And so there's 1 away on the line out. And so the next hitter will be Nicky Weikert. Weikert in the first game was on base 3 out of 4 times. He had 2 singles and a walk. One out, nobody on. Steinlein's pitch is high for a ball. One ball, no strikes. The Disciples won the first game by a score of 10-1. Mainz Athletics are 0-5 on the road this year. The pitch is outside, 2-0. Steinlein, of course, no stranger to the Mainz Athletics, or anyone else in the league for that matter. 2-0 pitch. There's a line drive. This one gets past Murphy into left field, a solidly struck single for Nicky Weikert. He's got 3 singles on the day, and he's been on base 4 out of 5 plate appearances in the 2 games. He's on first base with a hard single. Now Will Kilgore steps up to the plate. Kilgore in the first game was 0 for 3. Strikeout and 2 towering fly balls. So Weikert on first base. The pitch to Kilgore is inside for a ball. One and 0 as Steinlein comes set. Steinlein much more deliberate than Juan Salazar, the opening pitcher for the Disciples. That ball drilled foul. That ball was pulled at basically a 90-degree angle to Kilgore's body, and it lands off on the pedestrian path. That's what you call getting around on a pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike to Kilgore. Weikert, the runner on first base. Short lead. Not going. Breaking ball, strike called on the outside corner, 1-2. That ball crushed foul again.
Way over there by the cars.
Yeah, that one went into the parking lot, I think. Maybe on a couple of hops. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
That's why we didn't come here with the car.
This ball drilled to center field. Llewellyn coming on, he makes the catch. And so there are 2 down. That is the wrong part of the ballpark to hit a ball. It doesn't matter how much you crush it. There is always a little bit more room out there. Llewellyn did not actually have to come in all that far to make that play. So there are 2 away for Felix Tierolf. Tierolf in the first game was 0 for 2. He did have a sacrifice fly and drive home, the only run for the Mainz Athletics in that first game. 2 outs, Weikert at first, breaking ball in the dirt. Thorpe finds it quickly. No advance by Weikert. 1 ball and no strikes. And that one is in there, fastball. Inside corner, 1-1 on Felix. Tierolf was the catcher in game 1. He's playing first base in game 2.
I like to play with you, base.
1-1. And that one. Ball 2, 2-1. Weikert, the runner at first base, being held on by Stroll. There he goes, the pitch inside. Thorpe's throw to second base. Not in time. Nice tag attempt by Music as he tried to reach up and pull that thing down Javi Baez style. And he tries to make the case that he got Weikert on the way by. However, the call is safe. Pretty good throw by Thorpe, a little bit to the first base side of the bag. But So Weikert steals second base. He's in scoring position with 2 outs, 3-1 the count on Felix Tierolf. Steinlein about to throw his 17th pitch of the inning. And a line drive, that's a base hit through the left side. And they're going to hold Weikert at third as the throw came in from Zambrano to Murphy. So 2 hits in the inning. Mainz threatening with runners on first and third for Peter Johannesson coming up to the plate. Take another look at this pitch from Steinlein. Like a cutter maybe that was left over the inner part of the plate. Good piece of hitting by Felix Tierolf. And so Peter Johannesson now steps up. First and third with 2 down. And the pitch missed outside, ball 1. Johannesson in game 1 was 0 for 2. He walked. One ball, no strikes. And now it's 1-1. One and one, runners leading first and third. Tierolf is at first. Weikert at third. The pitch, slow tapper to the right side, and it's grabbed by Steinlein himself, who feeds Stroll for the 3rd out of the inning. Nothing doing for the Mainz Athletics. They get no runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left at the end of a half inning of play in game 2. Mainz Athletics nothing. Hard Disciples coming to bat. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Bottom of the first inning here in Haar, and the 25-year-old right-hander Yannick Wildenhain on the mound for the Mainz Athletics. Defensively behind him, he's got Leonard Strickling playing third. Fermin is at short, Weikert at second, Tierolf at first. In left field is Nicholas Rosius, center field Kevin Katowski, and right field Peter Johannesson. Behind the plate doing the catching is Peter Saldana. And the first pitch to Patrick Music is bunted down the third base line. It's a beauty, base hit. That ball was deadened absolutely perfectly, and it wasn't going to roll foul. Wildenhain knew that and had no choice but to put it in his pocket once he picked it up. So Music picks right up where he left off with a beautiful bunt single. Music in the first game had singled and walked in 4 plate appearances. So now Lucas Steinlein right away with a runner on first base. Steinlein tries to drop down a bunt. This time he bunts through it. Strike one to him. Music on first base. Trying to make something happen right away for the Disciples. And the pitch. Breaking ball, strike called at the top of the zone. And the count 0-2. Wildenhain checks on Music, who dives back. The weather is getting better and better, as are the grooves. 0-2. Line drive, that's a base hit over the third baseman Stückling down the left field line. Music is going to try to go to third. The throw there, not in time. Steinlein is in at second base as well. A double for Lucas Steinlein. And the Disciples trying to pick right up where they left off in game one. Second and third with nobody out for Fildrik Llewellyn. And Steinlein continues his hot hitting. So the Disciples trying to take a lead just like they did in game one. Fildrik Llewellyn now the hitter. Llewellyn in the first game walked, singled, reached on a fielder's choice, and grounded out. Wildenhain will go from the full wind. The corners are up. And that ball drilled to deep left center field. Runners going back to tag. Katowski with the catch. The throw comes to third. And both runners advance. The Disciples lead 1-0. Sacrifice fly for Fildrik Llewellyn. Drives home both runners. That's the first out of the inning and the first run of the game. But the Disciples have really swung the bats well today. Llewellyn wasting no time, jumping on a first pitch fastball out over the heart of the plate. And so, three batters in, the Disciples lead 1-0, trying for more. And the hitter is not Graham Luder, but rather Felix Stroll, a late replacement for Luder, who could not go after he injured his shoulder diving into first base. So Stroll, who pinch hit for Luder in the first game and grounded into a double play, is up there with runner on third and less than 2 outs. And now he's got a 2-0 count. Infield is in. They will come home and try to cut off Steinlein. That pitch is a fastball inside, ball 3. Wildenhain trying to work very quickly. 3-0. Taking all the way. That one's in for a strike, 3-1. Callum Murphy is on deck. Luke Steinlein is the runner on third base. His double set up this inning. Breaking ball, low ball 4. Stroll will be aboard. And so first and third with 1 out for Callum Murphy. Disciples already leading 1-0. They took game 1. Callum Murphy in the first game had 1 hit in 3 at-bats, was also hit by a pitch and stole a base. First and third, 1 out. Stroll, short lead off first. And Murphy looks at a strike on the first pitch at the knees on the outside edge. Oh, 0-1. Wildenhain from the stretch checks on Stroll, dives back. Steinlein is at third. Game started. Patrick Music singled. Steinlein doubled. Llewellyn sac fly. 1-0. Then a walk, and now this pitch is high to Murphy. 1-1 the count. And the field is in full-fledged sunlight. I'll take it. 1-1 pitch. Runner not going. Fly ball, right center field. Long run for Johannesson. He's there. Steinlein tags and will come home and score. Johannesson actually faked the throw and then wisely threw the ball to second base. So the Disciples lead 2-0 on 2 sac flies. A couple of productive outs. As Callum Murphy drives home Luke Steinlein on that fly ball. Johannesson, a wise choice not throwing the ball all the way home and making sure that Stroll had to stay put at first base. So 2 down, and the hitter now Simon Lechner. And the pitch. Lechner shows bunt. The pitch is down low in the dirt, and it hit him. No signal from the umpire. And Stroll wisely is going to stay put at first base because there was no call that Lechner was hit by the pitch. Lechner assumed that it had been called a hit by pitch, but the home plate umpire did not call it, neither did the first base umpire. And, you know, that's a case where Stroll actually very wisely stayed put because he almost started to go to second base, and he could have been tagged out on that. But Lechner comes back, and the count is just ball 1. And now Charles Poe wants to go and have a conversation with the home plate umpire, Cesar Javier Quintana Hidalgo, asking him how sure he is that that ball did not hit Simon Lechner. Lechner, without hesitation, immediately took off towards first base. But yeah, that's one of those things where if you're the base runner, you got to be real careful. And Stroll was, so that was a good base running play on his part. Lechner pops one foul on the left side, long run. Can anyone get there? No, it lands out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. Simon Lechner in the first game as the DH was 0 for 1, he 0 for 2, but reached on an error and scored and walked. Stroll on first base. There's a big hole up the middle. Lechner hits a soft fly ball to short right field. Weichert out in short right, makes the catch for out number 3. And so the Disciples will have to settle for 2 runs. 2 runs on 2 hits. No errors, 1 left on base at the end of an inning of play here in Haar. It's the Disciples 2, the Athletics nothing. Game 2. Haar Disciples Baseball brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu.
Unsere Studios sind mehr als nur ein Ort für Fitness und Muskelaufbau.
Peter Saldana, will step up to the plate against Lucas Steinlein. The Disciples with 2 runs in the bottom of the first inning. They lead this game 2-0. It'll be Saldana, Leonard Strickling, and Kevin Katowski against Steinlein. And the pitch is a strike called in the outside corner. Steinlein allowed 2 singles in the first inning, but was able to strand both runners. And then he himself doubled and later scored in the bottom half. Strike 2 with a breaking ball on the outside edge. Saldana is behind 0-2. Saldana in the first game was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts and a fly out to center field. Breaking ball, just missed down and away. 2-0, excuse me, 1-2. I don't know where I would get these fake counts sometime. The score is 2-0, maybe that's part of it. 1-2 pitch, inside, makes him dance, 2-2. Hit in the air to right center field. A long run for Llewellyn, way over towards the gap, and actually it's going to be the right fielder, Simon Lechner, who makes that catch in deep right center field for the first out. The ball was hit very deeply by Saldana. Waited on a breaking ball away and just went with it. Got good wood on it, but Lechner ran it down in the alleyway. So now Leonard Stückling steps up. Stückling has only 6 hits and 26 at-bats this year. He's a good hitter, very good all-around player, just like his older brother Jan Niklas Stückling was. He did not play in the first game, and he looks at a strike here. Nothing in one from Steinlein to Stückling. And that missed high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Steinlein always pitches from the stretch, and that breaking ball is down and away, 2-1. Steinlein, it's been a while since he's started a game. He has been mostly a reliever in the past years. Of course, going back maybe to 2014-15, he was a regular starter. Breaking ball just missed the outside edge. 3 balls and 1 strike. And Stückling is on with a walk. That's the first walk issued of the game. And so that'll bring up Kevin Kitowski. Kitowski in the first game was 1 for 3. He singled flat out and grounded out. He's the number 8 hitter, and so he will step up there. With runner at first and 1 away, 2-0 Disciples leading here in the second inning. And Kitowski swings at the first offering and fouls it off to the left, strike 1.
Hi, Julie.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch. And another foul ball off to the left. And Steinlein ahead of Kitowski 0-2. Infield back looking to turn a ground ball double play. 0-2 on Kevin Kitowski. The pitch on the way. Just missed outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Stückling on first base. Here's the 1-2. Ground ball slowly hit to the first baseman Stroll, who goes to short for 1. No return throw, so they get the lead runner. That play goes 3-6 for out number 2, and Kitowski reaches on a fielder's choice. Well, I mentioned Stroll, who is in there as a late replacement for Graham Luter, and he made a solid play, a good throw. And Zaino Henriquez wisely did not make the return throw to first base because they probably had no chance to get the speedy Kitowski. So now Nicholas Rosius with 2 down and Kitowski at first base. Kitowski may go here. The pitch is low for a ball. 2 outs.
Daddy, one is out.
Saldana flew out to begin the inning. Strickling walked, and now that ground ball fielder's choice from Katowski. And a ground ball slowly hit right side. That's going to sneak through past Patrick Music into right field. Katowski stops at second base, and Rosius has a base hit. So first and second. And now the top of the order, Kenny Fermin. Fermin, in his first at bat, hit a line drive right to Cal Murphy at third. So 2 down and 2 on. Mainz has had 2 runners on in each of the first 2 innings so far. Steinlein going to have to work for it here. And a breaking ball blocked by Thorpe in the dirt. 1 ball. Steinlein is at 36 pitches already. And again, the same thing. Another pitch down in the dirt, good block by Thorpe. And Steinlein throws that ball away. He will get a new one. 2-0 the count against Kenny Fermin. Hit off the end of the bat on 1 hop to Patrick Music. He throws to first in time, and the inning is over. So another couple of base runners reach base, but nobody crosses home plate. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 2 left at the end of 1.5. It is 2-0 Disciples. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. Yannick Wildenhain will go to work here in the bottom of the second inning with the Disciples leading the Athletics 2-0. It'll be 7, 8, 9. Will Thorpe, Anderson Zambrano, and Zaino Henriquez against the 25-year-old Yannick Wildenhain. Thorpe looks at a strike letter high in the inside corner. In the first game, Thorpe reached on an error and scored, and then he also walked and scored, was officially 0 for 2. There's strike 2 to him. It was Thorpe who tried to lay down that bunt in the third inning of the game, first game. Excuse me, that was the second inning. The pitch is high, 1 and 2. He bunted it perfectly, and the throw went down the right field line, and 2 runs scored on the play. And that one is down low, 2 and 2. Wildenhain trying to work very quickly. 2-2 pitch coming to Thorpe. That is cracked foul. That is the third one of those he's hit today. Starting to barrel some up, but he's just been a little too quick. Does that nice, very pleasing sound of the bat, that thwack, when it's really barreled up. This one he got under and skies it down the left field line. A long run for Fermin and the third baseman. It's just out of both of their reach and lands short of the fence. And in fact, Strickling nearly crashed into the fence. So it's still just a foul ball, 2-2 the count. So we wait a moment for Fermin and Strickling to get back into position. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Will Thorpe leading off the second inning. Yannick Wildenhain about to throw his 23rd pitch of the game. And it's down low for a full count. It has turned into a sunny afternoon. And there's a line drive base hit through the open left side out the bat of Will Thorpe. He's squared up quite a few of those in the first game. Had nothing to show for it, but here he finds a hole. And so he's aboard to start things here in the second. And Anderson Zambrano, who had an excellent game 1, will step up to the plate. Zambrano was 2 out of 4 with 2 singles, 2 runs scored. Both of his hits were shot through the right side. And he shows bunt. The curveball is low. Ball 1. Zambrano checking Charles Poe, who gives a few signs. Claps his hands, and Zambrano back into the box. Thorpe off first. Very short lead. Not going. The pitch is high and inside, 2-0. You know, Zambrano is one of those guys, if you're going to do a hit and run, he might be the perfect guy for that. He shoots the ball through that right side so often. There goes Thorpe. Pitch is high, no throw, and an uncontested stolen base. Saldana didn't even bother. Thorpe had such a good jump. So see, he steals second base. I mean, Saldana almost, I mean, he reacted as if he didn't even see it, but I'm sure he did. No chance to throw out Thorpe, who's in standing with a stolen base. 3-0 on Zambrano. And that one's in there on the inside corner, 3-1. Zambrano with a chance to drive home a run here. Nobody out, bottom of the second. 2-0 Disciples. And the pitch, that's outside, ball 4. Zambrano hustling down to first base with an energetic walk. And Zaino Henriquez is going to step up to the plate. Henriquez had a great first game. 3 hits and 3 runs batted in. He had 2 doubles and a single. Zaino Henriquez against Yannick Wildenhain. Will Thorpe on second base. Zambrano, Anderson Zambrano on first. And the inside move, looking to see if Henriquez was going to show bunt. He did not.
Daddy, it's too big.
And now he shows bunt, and he gets down a very good one. It's fielded by Wildenhain, who has only 1 play to first. He makes it. Both runners move up, and the sacrifice puts Thorpe at third and Zambrano at second base. A perfect bunt, deadened onto the grass. You want to try to get it more to the third base side, but he deadened it enough that it didn't matter that it went back to the pitcher. So there's 1 away, and now the top of the order, Patrick Music will step up to the plate. Music singled on the first pitch of the game, and now he hits one in the air to deep center field. Katowski racing back, way back, way back. He dives, he cannot make the catch. Thorpe will come home and score. They're waving Zambrano around, he will score. Music is at third, he gets the stop sign. A 2-run triple, driving home 2 runs, and the Disciples like the sound of that. It is 4-0. And boy, I gotta say, Kevin Kotowski nearly made an absolutely sensational catch. He got glove on the ball. Watch how far he has to go back. He turned around and ran full on into deep center field, and he did get his glove on the ball, I think, but it popped out. And Music nearly able to circle the bases completely with a 2-run triple, and now the hitter is Callum Murphy. And the Disciples leading 4-0. Boy, they have been swinging the bats and then some today. Excuse me, this is Luke Steinlein. And Steinlein lines a base hit to left center field. Music can trot across the plate. Steinlein is 2 for 2, and the Disciples lead 5-0. Well, no mercy for the Disciples in their bats today. Here on Fatatag, and that's going to draw a mound visit from Will Kilgore as he's making the slow trudge out to the center of the diamond along with the catcher Peter Saldana. Fildrick Llewellyn is the hitter. And Kilgore having a relatively deliberate conversation with Yannick Wildenhain. Wildenhain, he's walked 2, but the Disciples got to tip their caps to them. They have just knocked him around. They've hit the ball very hard. And the meeting on the mound is over. The Disciples have 5 runs on 5 hits. And there's only 1 out here in the 2nd inning. Fildrick Llewellyn, a dangerous man in the heart of this Disciples lineup, has Luke Steinlein on first base, and Steinlein is going. The pitch is in the dirt. No chance for Saldana to throw out Steinlein. The Disciples keeping the pressure on. He had no chance. He picked an excellent pitch to run on. It was a breaking ball. Saldana tried to backhand it, but even then had no chance. And there's a breaking ball that's in for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Llewellyn looked like he wanted that one back after he let it go by. One and one with Steinlein on second base dancing around the pitch. And that gets off the glove of Saldana. Steinlein will go to third on a passed ball. And Llewellyn had shown bunt, pulled it back, and that must have messed with the vision, or it was a cross-up between Saldana. Looked like Saldana was expecting a breaking ball, and he got the fastball. That ball went off his glove. That's got to be a pass ball. And the count, 2-1. It was also called a ball. And Llewellyn fouls that, so the count 2-2.
Da scheint hier jetzt die Sonne und das Lied heißt noch Shine.
Steinlein is at third. The infield has to come in. 5-0 Disciples already before you could blink your eyes here in the 2nd inning. The pitch fouled away.
Ooh.
Still 2-2. Well, the Disciples won game 1 10-1. Trying to make a statement today. And even the season series. The breaking ball is inside and high. Full count on Llewellyn now. Felix Stroll is on deck. Remember, Luder was a late scratch. He's probably available to pinch hit, I would think. Swing and a miss. Fastball thrown past Llewellyn. That's a big strikeout for Wildenhain, and in fact, it's his first strikeout. And the infield can back up now with 2 down. And he challenged him.
Boys.
So Felix Stroll steps up to the plate now. Steinlein at third and 2 outs. And the pitch to Stroll. That's a strike on the outside corner. Stroll walked his first time. And Wildenhain deals 0-1. Tapped slowly down the third baseline. That's a foul ball. And the count is 0-2. That was a breaking ball. And Steinlein is going to hand the bat back to Stroll. He tosses it to him instead. Steinlein jogging back to third. Steinlein, after the first inning, took a few minutes to get back out on the mound because he had just run around the bases. And he's possibly going to have to do the same thing here. Stroll makes out. There's a slicing liner foul the other way. That was a solid swing by Felix, waiting on that breaking ball and trying to just slap it the other way. Lined it up pretty good, but it was foul. Oh and 2 on Felix Stroll from Yannick Wildenhain. Popped up. Shallow left center field, Rosius and Fermin. Rosius looking into the sun makes the catch and ends the inning. But the Disciples get 3 more runs. 3 runs on 1, 2, 3 hits. No errors, 1 left. End of 2 here in Haar. It's 5-0 Disciples. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu.
Unsere Studios sind mehr als nur ein Ort für Fitness und Muskelaufbau. Es sind Treffpunkte einer starken Community. Hier steckst du dir deine Ziele selbst und entscheidest, warum du noch gesünder, noch fitter oder einfach noch besser werden willst. Sei stärker als deine stärkste Ausrede. Trainiere bei Clever Fit.
Moving to the 3rd inning here, top half, 5-0 Disciples. Luke Steinlein throwing his warm-up pitches. Don't forget, if you'd like to interact with me at all in the broadcast, all you got to do is subscribe to the YouTube channel and then log in on your Google account and join the live chat. I'm there. And yeah, say hi. Let me know where you're watching from. Top of the 3rd inning. And it's Nicky Weikert starting things. 2, 3, and 4 for the Athletics. Steinlein fires a strike. Weikert and then Will Kilgore and Felix Tierolf. Steinlein allowed base runners in the 1st and 2nd innings, but no runs so far. Fly ball foul, 0-2. Weikert his first time singled and stole second base. He was stranded, however, at 3rd. And Steinlein misses high and away with the fastball. The Disciples, with that win in the first game, they raised their record to 5-4. They had been playing catch-up ever since the first week of the season. That ball has popped up, foul territory off to the right. This is playable for Stroll. He's got it for out number 1. The Disciples started the season losing 2 games in Mainz, and then they swept Hünstetten. They split versus Stuttgart, and they split versus Regensburg. In fact, the Disciples are one of only 2 teams that have beaten Regensburg at all. And the Mainz Athletics, they are undefeated at home and winless on the road so far this season. Will Kilgore at the plate, breaking ball on the corner at the knees for a strike to him. Kilgore flied to center field his first time. It will be interesting to see what happens this weekend, as this series will move to Mainz as Steinlein misses with the breaking ball low. 1 ball and 1 strike on the player coach, player manager, whatever you want to call it, Spieler trainer Will Kilgore. Hefty swing, nothing there. 1 ball and 2 strikes. That was a high fastball after 2 breaking balls down and away. Steinlein works from the extreme first base corner of the rubber, and he tried the fastball again. This one Kilgore was able to lay off. Two and two. 1 out, nobody on, top 3, 5-0 Disciples. Curveball hit on the ground up the middle past Henriquez and into left center field. That ball had backspin on it actually, and it was spinning away from Henriquez. And so a single for Kilgore. He's aboard with 1 away, and that'll bring up the number 4 hitter, Felix Tierolf. Watch this pitch again from Steinlein. High breaking ball, and he waited on it. Kilgore is at first base, and Tierolf, who singled his first time, is at the plate. Breaking ball in the dirt. Thorpe doing that little deke move, and it's ball 1. Kilgore does not have a stolen base attempt this year, in case you're wondering. There's a breaking ball. That one's on the strike, on the corner for a strike, 1-1. Infield back looking for 2, and the pitch is upstairs. 2 balls and 1 strike. Murphy is shaded towards the line at third. Henriquez is straight away at short. Second baseman Music is playing up the middle, shaded up the middle. There's a pretty wide gap between Murphy and Stroll, who is holding on the base runner at first. 2-1 the count to Tierolf. Popped up foul territory behind the plate. Thorpe, can he get there? No, it lands just in front of the screen. Stroll was also unable to get over there, so it's strike 2. 2-2. Steinlein with a 2-2 count on Felix Tierolf, the cleanup hitter for the Athletics. Runner on first base, that's Will Kilgore. 5-0 Disciples. Fly ball off the end of the bat to shallow right field. Lechner coming in. He makes the catch for out number 2. And Kilgore actually on that pitch was moving back towards first base, for what it's worth. So now Peter Johannesson steps up to the plate, left-hand hitter. He grounded out his first time. Two outs. And the second baseman Music is out in short right field now. This one is low, trying to throw that back foot breaking ball, Steinlein. 1 ball, no strikes on Peter Johannesson. Roped foul. Watch out, the kids over in the youth field. That ball landed near second base in the Little League field. 1 ball and 1 strike. And a swing and a miss, foul tipped in fact. 1-2, Johannesson late on the fastball, it appeared. Steinlein can end this inning with one more strike. He's ahead 1 ball, 2 strikes. Will Kilgore leading off first base. There he goes. Pitch is taken high. The throw to second base is not in time. Kilgore with a stolen base, catching everybody by surprise. Mentioned before he had not even attempted a stolen base, but that was actually the perfect time to run because you had 2 strikes on the hitter, 2 outs in the inning. You figure, hey, if you make it now, at least he's in scoring position, and he did make it. And if Johannesson can get a base hit, the Athletics could get a run here. 2-2 the count to Peter Johannesson. And he trying to poke that ball, and he yanks it foul down the right field line. That was almost a softball swing where he just tried to put it in play. Greetings, Daniel Jager from Cape Town. Am I to believe you're in South Africa? Somebody else took a vacation. We had Canary Islands. 2-2 in the dirt, ball 3, 3-2. Johannesson hanging tough. He's fouled off a couple of pitches. Trying to drive home that run for the Mainz Athletics. 3 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs here in the third. And he struck him out. Went with the fastball, El Numero Uno, and he got the strikeout. And the Mainz Athletics again are turned away. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. They've stranded base runners in every inning in this game and almost all the innings today. They only had 1 1-2-3 inning in the first game. So we go to the bottom of the third, 5-0 Disciples. This is Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brouwerij Wildbräu. To the bottom of the third inning we go here in Haar. It's going to be 5, 6, and 7. Callum Murphy, Simon Lechner, and Will Thorpe against the right-hander Yannick Wildenhain. Mentioned it before, the Disciples donning their brand new purple City Connect jerseys, taking a cue from the major leagues. And the first pitch to Callum Murphy is upstairs for ball 1. Murphy hit a sacrifice fly to drive in a run. That was the second run of the ball game the Disciples scored, and now he looks at ball 2 from Wildenhain. Wildenhain has allowed 5 runs on 5 hits in this game. And the 2-0 swung on and fouled directly back to the screen. 2-1 the count. Wildenhain has walked 2 and struck out 1. 2-1 pitch, curveball, lifted foul, out of play off to the right for strike 2. 2-2. Infield is playing Murphy straight away, as well they should be. You know, with the purple jerseys, the purple bat, just really complements the entire ensemble, I must say. 2-2 pitch, curveball in there, strike 3. Murphy knew it. And that is the second strikeout for Yannick Wildenhain. Let her high, but it fooled Murphy. And so Simon Lechner will step up to the plate. Good pitch from Yannick Wildenhain. Lechner 0 for 1. That's the first time Wildenhain has retired the leadoff batter in an inning so far. And a breaking ball is low to Simon Lechner. 1 ball, no strikes. Fastball strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Soft fly ball to short, and Fermin brings it down for out number 2. Lechner jammed on that pitch. And that will bring up Will Thorpe with 2 down. Thorpe singled and scored. He also stole a base in between. That was in the Disciples' 3-run second inning. Mentioned that Thorpe had a couple of really good swings on foul balls earlier in the day. He looks at a strike on that first pitch. Tight breaking ball from Wildenhain. Wildenhain really trying to have a strong inning here and reset his feel for this game after struggling for the first 2 innings. 0-1. Line drive, base hit number 2 for Will Thorpe in this game. His second consecutive single, 6th hit of the game for the Disciples. And Anderson Zambrano will step up to the plate with 2 down. Let's watch this again on the replay. Right down the pipe. Thorpe put a good solid level swing on it. Lined it over short. And so Anderson Zambrano, who walked and scored in the second inning, stepping up to the plate. And the breaking ball down low in the dirt, blocked by Saldana. And they check on Thorpe. He's back. And Thorpe faked. The pitch is inside for ball 2. Sometimes Thorpe will take off and get a reaction from the infielders, and then he stopped. So 2-0 count to Anderson Zambrano. Thorpe now not going. Zambrano drives one deep to right field. Johannesson going back. He makes the catch just shy of the warning track. Had a good beat on it the whole way, it appeared, and that is the 3rd out of the inning. So no runs, no hits. 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. The end of 3 complete here in game 2. It's 5-0 Disciples. This is Hard Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. So we go to the top of the fourth inning, 5-0 Disciples, and Lucas Steinlein is now going to go to right field. His day as a pitcher is done. And Jan Endriat is on the mound, and that means he would have to go in the lineup for Simon Lechner. And I think right now what's happening, so Charles Poe has called over the home plate umpire. There was some question. I think they were going to try to find a way to insert a DH in the game, or no, I don't know what they're going to do. They're going to switch. Whoa, okay, so Stroll is coming out of the game, and I think now, I think that the home plate umpire is going to stop this because Lechner had already left the field, and so I think that means Lechner is already out of the game, and Stroll now will stay in the game. So Charles Poe wanted to take Stroll out of the game instead of Lechner. And when Endriat came in, there's no DH in this game. So when Steinlein went from the pitcher's mound to right field, that means Endriat, who comes in to pitch, has to be in the lineup somewhere. So we all presumed he was going to go in for Simon Lechner. And Charles Poe was trying to make a last-minute change. Meanwhile, there's a line drive base hit on the first pitch thrown by Endriat off the bat of Peter Saldana into left field, a base hit. So anyway, all of that is over with, but I guess there was a question before the game. The Disciples are trying to see, like, is it too late? Can we put a DH in the game after the game had started? And the answer to that is no. And this all revolves around the injury to Graham Luter, who came out. Well, he came out of the first game after diving back into first base, and was a late scratch here in the second game. And then obviously, maybe he said he can go. There's a breaking ball taken for a ball to Leonard Strickling. Anyway, all that matters is that Steinlein is in right field. Endriat is on the mound. Simon Lechner's out of the game. There's a runner on first base. 1 ball, no strikes on Leonard Strickling. 6, 7, and 8 in the order. Strickling is the number 7 hitter. Kevin Kotowski is on deck. I'll give you Jan Endriat's stats in a minute. 1-0 pitch. Curveball grounded foul down the third base side, 1-1. Endriat in 8 2/3 innings. 18 hits, 10 earned runs, 6 walks, 10 strikeouts. It's about par for the course between both these teams. No one in the Bundesliga is blessed with an absolute deep roster of pitching. But Endriat is very experienced. Been in the Bundesliga for years. And the pitch is low, and Thorpe had to go off his glove, and I think it kicked off the leg of the umpire and rolled out in front of home plate. No advance, however, by the base runner at first. I think it just bounced off of Thorpe. 2-1 the count to Leonard Strickling. Nobody out in the fourth inning. Still a lot of game left here. Fly ball center field. That's going to drop in front of Llewellyn for another base hit. So the first 2 are aboard here for the Mainz Athletics. Well, if you look back at the ledger, going even back into the first game, the Mainz Athletics have had base runners in every inning except for the 6th inning of game 1. Well, and the 7th inning. But every other inning, they've had base runners on. In this game, they've had 2 on in the first, 2 on in the second, 1 on in the third, and the first 2 are on here in the fourth. And sometimes it's only a matter of time before some of those runners will score. Kevin Kotowski at the plate. He shows bunt and fouls it away. Nicholas Rossius is on deck. Well, Steinlein went the first 3, allowed 4 hits but no runs. He did walk a batter, and that's a strike called on the outside corner. 0-2 to Kotowski. Steinlein threw 60 pitches, so you also got to figure the more they can sort of spread this out but keep pitch counts down, the better that bodes for the weekend. Steinlein might be able to pitch again on the weekend if needed. The pitch is outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. But Endriat is going to be called upon to try to get some length in this game if at all possible. I would bet the Disciples will try at all costs not to use Ryan Bollinger today. The pitch is taken for a ball. Throw behind the runner at second base, not in time. Music trying the hidden ball trick out there as well. Why not? That's another thing you're not going to see in MLB anymore, is the hidden ball trick with the pitch clock. So if you want to see it, you're going to have to tune into Bundesliga baseball. Count is 2-2 on Kevin Kotowski. Runners leading first and second. Saldana and Stöcklin. Swung on, and he just got a piece to stay alive. Endriat, just like Steinlein, is also no stranger to these Mainz Athletics. These two teams know each other very well, and especially Endriat and Steinlein, both of whom have been pitching for the Disciples for an unknown number of years. Nobody knows. It's a mystery, forgotten to time. Down low for ball 3, and very quickly Endriat working himself into a deep hole here. One more pitch away from loading the bases, but also with 2 strikes. Tough guy to strike out, Kevin Kotowski. Lifted to left field, Zambrano racing over near the line, loses his hat, but makes the catch. And both runners have to go back. That was a big pitch, and Zambrano really covered a lot of ground very quickly. He made that look easy, and was absolutely not. Watch how much ground Zambrano covers to get to this. He was actually shading Kotowski more towards left center field than straightaway left, and you see him running all the way out of your screen, and he made the catch. Trust me. So 1 away for Nicholas Rosius, and now a ground ball could get Endriat out of this. Disciples looking for something along those lines. Pitch is high. There's a ground ball to first, but Stroll is going to take it to the bag. That's probably the wise play. Take the easiest out that's right in front of you. Don't try to get too cute. That's exactly what Stroll did. There are 2 down, 3 unassisted. And now the top of the order, Kenny Fermin. Ball was hit pretty well by Rosius. And so now a 2-out hit could bring home a couple of runs for the Athletics. So Endriat would absolutely love to shut this inning down right here, right now. Runners on second and third with 2 outs. 5-0 game. First pitch curve is too high. Ball 1. Endriat is set. Kenny Fermin waiting for a 1-0 pitch. Here it comes. Outside and low, 2-0. Peter Saldana singled to start the inning. Stöcklin singled right after that, but then a fly out and a ground out. Those runners are at second and third with 2 down. 2-0 the count on Fermin. And now 3-0. Endriat picking up where Steinlein left off. Seemingly a lot of full counts. Base runners everywhere. 3-0 though. And that one catches the inside corner. The 3-0 automatic. I wonder if umpires consciously call a larger strike zone on 3-0, or is it subconscious?
Totally subconscious.
I only ask that because who knows who's listening who might be able to answer that question. Pitch is outside for ball 4. And so the bases are loaded for Nicky Weikert, and Will Thorpe's going to go out and have a quick chat with Jan Endriat.
So, wir brauchen ein bisschen Handgeklapper.
So the meeting on the mound is over with as the home plate umpire, Cesar Javier Quintana Hidalgo, went out there and broke it up. Nicky Weikert, who is 1 for 2, steps up to the plate. This is a big spot. Weikert has been one of the best hitters in this game. Thorpe is pulling Stroll in at first base. Stroll, of course, playing behind the runner. Endriat stretching out on the mound. And the pitch, that's low for a ball. Weikert in this game 1 for 2. In the first game was 2 for 3 with a walk. So Mainz Athletics have the guy they want up there with the big boppers to follow. Chance to come back. And that one is in there for a strike on the inside corner. Remember, it's a 7-inning game. So all these opportunities with the Mainz Athletics, they've had runners on in every inning. And here they have the bases loaded, but 2 outs. The 1-1 pitch inside and a throw behind the runner at third, and Saldana dives back. Not a bad idea. Thorpe using the right-handed hitter as a visual block for the runner Saldana on third, but he was back easily. Meanwhile, the count is 2-1 on Nicky Weikert. And the curveball high and tight, ball 3, nowhere to put him. And if he walks Weikert, that would force home a run, and then Kilgore would step to the plate representing the tying run. Not the way Endriat would have drawn it up. So Weikert can really look for something to hit here. 3-1, and he got one and put a good swing on it and fouled it back. So the count is full, 3-2 with the bases loaded and 2 outs. That means all 3 runners will be off with the pitch. And the fans go wild. Big pitch in the game coming right now, 3-2. Just missed outside for ball 4, and that will force home a run. Nicky Weikert, again, a tough out. And Saldana scores, Stückling to third, Fermin to second, Weikert with an RBI, and now, just like I said it's 5-1, and Will Kilgore representing the tying run at the plate. He's 1 for 2 in the game, flied to center field and singled and stole second base. Jan Endriat trying to eke his way through this 4th inning. Bases loaded. Stückling, Fermin, and Weikert, the base runners. The pitch to Kilgore. That's a strike on the outside corner. Huge pitch to open the at-bat for Endriat, staying away from Kilgore. Kilgore with obvious power. And the 1-0 pitch from Endriat. Curveball is drilled foul. Watch out in the burger stand. Might get a side order of grilled baseball on that one. But it's strike 2. And so Endriat could somehow end this inning with minimal damage if he can throw one more solid pitch to Kilgore. Got him looking on the inside corner with a breaking ball. Kilgore cannot believe it. And he did throw an excellent pitch to end the inning. Only one run comes across. Watch this one again and judge for yourself. The breaking ball of Jan Endriat. Strike 3. And the Mainz Athletics have to settle for 1 run on 2 hits. No errors and 3 left on base. They have left a total of 8 base runners already in this game. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. It is 5-1 Disciples. Haar Disciples baseball, brought to you by the Brauerei Wildbräu. To the bottom of the 4th inning here in Haar, and Zaino Henriquez, number 9, and then the top of the order, Patrick Music and Luke Steinlein against Yannick Wildenhain, still out there for the Mainz Athletics. Disciples leading 5-1. First pitch is a strike on the outside corner to Zaino Henriquez, switch hitter batting left. Henriquez sacrifice bunted his first time, laid down a beauty. And now he rolls a breaking ball on a couple of bounces to the first baseman, T-Rolf, who shovels it to Wildenhain covering. 3-1 goes the putout, 1 away, and now the top of the order, Patrick Music. Music having a good day, not just in game 2, but also game 1. In game 1, he singled, walked, and drove in a run. In game 2, he has singled and scored, tripled to drive home 2, and then later scored. So he's been all over the baseball today. In game 2, shows bunt, looks at a high curve ball. Strike ball 1 to him. That was bringing in the third baseman, Lenny Stückling. Stückling goes back and plays just after the lip of the grass. The pitch popped foul off to the right. Onto the kids' field. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Now, before I finish, let me just say, I did not come here.
Yannick Wildenhain had a very quick 3rd inning. That ball drilled foul down the left field line. Music lacing that one off the bullpen netting. And the count 1-2. Now, Wildenhain really struggled in the 1st and 2nd innings. Then in the 3rd inning, allowed just a single, but otherwise was smooth. And retired the first batter, Henriquez, here in the 4th. Pitch on the way, that's down low. 2-2 now on Patrick Music. There's the Steinlein, the on-deck hitter. Retrieve the ball and toss it to the home plate umpire. 2-2 from Wildenhain. Popped up, shallow center field. Long run for Katowski, who is having trouble with the sun, and he somehow made the catch. Boy, he shaded his eyes first with his glove, then with his hand, then with his glove again, and managed to stay with it. Sun was not a problem we had to think about earlier in the week, but it is today. And so there are 2 down for Lucas Steinlein. Steinlein also 2 for 2. He doubled in the 1st inning and scored, then singled to drive home a run in the second inning. He also stole a base. Strike one to him from Wildenhain. Breaking ball is inside. 1-1. That's a good curveball dropping in, even though Steinlein was turning away, turning into it. That pitch on the inside corner. Steinlein steps out to think about it for a moment. 1 ball and 2 strikes. That breaking ball is too far inside. 2-2 now. Fouled away.
Foul ball.
Wildenhain finds a piece of rock or something in the dirt in front of home plate and removes it. Interesting. The 2-2. Fouled away again. Another breaking ball. That time Steinlein waited on it a bit more. Steinlein has been great with the bat this year. He came into the day hitting .387. And now he drives one to deep left field, but it's going to be playable for Rosius. Off the end of the bat, rather, from Steinlein. So not as deep as I initially might have thought. A 1-2-3 inning for Yannick Wildenhain. Nothing across the board for the Disciples. We go to the 5th inning here in Haar. Remember, it's only a 7-inning game, so it's starting to get late. 5-1. The Disciples lead the Athletics. Haar Disciples Baseball brought to you by the Highbrow Brauerei Wildbräu. Good boy. So we go to the top of the 5th inning, and remember how I said the Haar Disciples were probably not going to try to use Ryan Bollinger today? Well, I was totally wrong, and Ryan Bollinger is in this game, and clearly his job is to pitch the final 3 innings. So he's going to come on and try to play Goose Gossage. Truly. There are also a few other changes I'll tell you about in a minute. First pitch from Bollinger is high and outside. The hitter is Felix T-Rolf. 4, 5, and 6. T-Rolf, Peter Johannesson, and Peter Saldana. Bollinger in 24 innings has allowed 14 earned runs. That pitch was a strike called. 28 hits, 8 walks, 32 strikeouts for Ryan in his second go-around in the Bundesliga after a very memorable first one in 2017. That pitch is low, 2-1. Will Thorpe is out of the game. Graham Luder has actually gone into the game in his place. And that means Felix Stroll is actually going to go from first base to catcher. So Stroll gets to catch Ryan Bollinger. Have fun. And the 2-1 pitch. It's outside, 3-1. Bollinger, that has been sort of the issue that he's dealt with, was the command so far this year. ERA of just over 5. He started the second game of the season in Mainz and was saddled with a loss in that one. There's a fly ball foul off to the right. 3-2 now the count. You know Bollinger is going to try to come in and fire strikes. Left-hander from Minot, North Dakota. He for sure will be the pitcher on Sunday when the Disciples play in Mainz. There's another foul ball. The Disciples foreign pitcher Scott Bellina, I believe, is not with the team today. He will pitch also on Sunday. Full count to Felix Tierolf. Tierolf is 1 for 2. He singled and flied out. That was all against the starter, Lucas Steinlein. Endriot went 1 inning. There's a ground ball slowly hit to third, one-handed by Murphy. Sets his feet and throws out Tierolf. 1 away. That was a good job by Bollinger to come back from falling behind in the count 3-1. After a couple of foul balls, he finally gets his man, and there's 1 away for Peter Johannesson. The Disciples trying to take 2 games here and even the season series with the Mainz Athletics. And the first one is away. The standings today began with the Disciples and the Athletics having identical records at 4-4. Obviously, Haar is currently ahead of them at 5-4. There's a ground ball rolled slowly right side. Diving stop by Music. He can't find the handle, and there was nobody to throw to anyway, as Luder had also dove to his right. So that'll be an infield single for Peter Johannesson. And Peter Saldana will step up to the plate now with 1 out. The Disciples scored a run in the 2 runs in the first, 3 in the second. Mainz with a run in the top of the 4th inning. We are in the 5th. The Disciples won the first game 10-1. Saldana hits a fly ball to right field. This is playable for Steinlein, who's got it measured. And that's a very quick and easy second out. Off the end of the bat from Saldana. Steinlein looks very comfortable out there in right field. He hadn't played the field, I think, in several years. And he has stepped in there this year, and it's as if he never left, both with the bat and as a fielder. He has really been a very valuable player for the Disciples this year. So now Leonard Stückling looks at a pitch inside. Stückling has been on base both times. He's walked and singled. Johannesson, the runner at first base, being held on by Luder. And a pop-up, foul territory. That's going to get out of the ballpark, as Luder had to run around the camera person who's on the field taking photos. Have to bring that gigantic lens out of the way, get your little stool, like the ball boys running away from foul balls in big league games. It's a lot of equipment to have to get out of the way very quickly. things we do for art. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. And now it's 1-2. Strickland looking at that good slider down and in. Slow roller to third. That ball kicks fair. I have never seen that before. A base hit to left field. The ball was foul the whole way, and then it kicked and went to the right of the third base bag for a base hit in the left field. That is unlike anything I've ever seen. That tops even Lenny Randall trying to blow the foul ball, blow the ball fair. Look at this, it's totally foul. See where Murphy is, and then suddenly has to jump to his left. Nothing he could do. I don't even know what you call that. That's a Kubert single. In case anybody's ever played Kubert, that game where you sort of jump diagonally. Yeah, an oldie but a goodie. The people from my generation that I'm sitting next to have heard of that game. Other people, I don't think have. 1 ball, excuse me, that was a base hit. I have to update my scorecard. First pitch to Kotovsky was a ball. Runners on first and second. And Kotovsky lines 1 down the line. That's foul off the end of the bat. 1-1. What's that pool shot? The Massey, is that what that is? I don't know anything about pool. The one where you spin the cue ball and then it's supposed to double back and you jump it over something. That's basically what that base hit was. You could say that ball had English on it, but I don't know if that works in Germany. That ball had Bayerisch on it. One and one on Kotovsky. And now it's 1-2. Lefty on lefty, not the easiest task in the world against Ryan Bollinger. They might have hit a footprint, says Mark Major. A footprint from the Pleistocene era. The 1-2 pitch fouled away. Kotovsky just trying to stay alive. As Will Thorpe returns the baseball supply to the home plate umpire. Bollinger, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Again, the Mainz Athletics with 2 base runners on. They've had at least 2 runners on in every inning. And they had the bases loaded last inning, including scoring a run. Slider missed outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The other lefty is on deck with Rosius. The 2-2 fouled away again. That's the 4th or 5th one, I believe. Kotovsky trying to be a thorn in the side of Bollinger. Bollinger trying to put him away. Bollinger still with a lot of strikeouts, 32 strikeouts in his 24 innings of work. And a fly ball, that's going to go foul again. That's out of play. It's being chased by Zambrano and Murphy, but well out of play. Now we're going to probably see Will Thorpe in another minute bringing out another supply of baseballs to the home plate umpire. 2-2 the count. Runners leading first and second. Johannesson is at second. Strickling is at first. 2 outs in the 5th. Remember, it's a 7-inning game. So the Athletics only have 9 outs left with which to work. A bouncing ball. This is off of Kotovsky's foot, but at least he hit it to the other side of the field, and the ball stayed on the field. Long at bat for Kevin Kotowski. He is really battling Ryan Bollinger. Patrick Music, the second baseman, is standing on the edge of the outfield grass. 2-2 pitch. Again. Are you counting, Mark? 7 or 8, right? I think so. I think that's maybe 7 or 8 foul balls. Let's check the record here. We will do it again. And this one is in there for strike 3. Kotowski knew it, and so did everybody else.
Opa, yes, sir.
And the battle is won by Ryan Bollinger. Take another look at that one. That was right there. Big pitch in the game. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning here in Haar. It is still 5-1 Disciples here in the second game of the doubleheader. Haar Disciples Baseball is brought to you by the good boys at the Highbrow Brauerei Wildbräu. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning here in Haar, and the Disciples leading 5-1. 3, 4, and 5. Fildrick Llewellyn, Felix Stroll, and Callum Murphy against Yannick Wildenhain still out there. Wildenhain, a shaky start, giving up those 5 early runs, but since then he has shut down the Disciples, working very quickly to Llewellyn, who takes a breaking ball outside for a ball. That ball hitting off the knee protector from Peter Saldana and rolling almost all the way out to first base. 1-0 on Fildrick Llewellyn. 2-0 on Fildrick Llewellyn.
Fildrick Llewellyn. Also make some noise.
That one is too high. 3-0. Will we get the full one here? Nope. That's a strike. There's the partial Fildrick, the mid Fildrick, and the full Fildrick, which is when he swings and nearly falls down and lets go of the bat. But this time, just a tame walk. And he's at first base for Felix Stroll.
Und jetzt kommt unsere Nummer 33 an den Schlag, der Felix Stroll.
Stroll, who has walked and flied out to center field. And he looks at a curve on the outside corner for a strike. 0-1. Bottom of the 5th inning. It's been a great day of baseball so far. A lot of fans still in the park. People enjoying their burgers and beers and whatever else. And now Llewellyn takes off. He loses his helmet, picks it up again, tries to dodge the tag. He was called out. That's funny. Llewellyn, you know, he's a responsible citizen. He does not want to leave any trash behind as he vacates the premises. I've never seen anybody in a rundown pick up their helmet again on the way back. Maybe he saw that clip where the runner for, who was it, the Mets, was on second base and used his helmet as a way to stay touching second base. Maybe he was thinking, okay, if I'm holding the helmet, I can make it back to the base quicker. So he's thrown out. He's caught stealing. I think the play went 1-6-3. There's a cue shot foul. And there's one away. 2 down for Felix Stroh. 0-2 the count to him. That's high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And so after the walk and caught stealing, now there's 2 away. Wildenhain really has settled down. But he's looking up at a 5-1 score through 4 2/3 innings. That was just his 3rd strikeout. Callum Murphy will step up to the plate. Murphy has struck out looking and hit a sac fly. And the breaking ball is low. Ball 1. There's a strike. Wildenhain working as quickly as you possibly can. There's a fly ball foul off to the right. And it's more easily noted because every time the volume of the music comes up in between pitches, it's literally 2 bars and then the volume has to cut out again. Now there's a bit of a longer pause because of the foul ball and waiting for Johannesson to get back in position in right field. 1-1 the count with 2 outs, nobody on. Inside, and it hit him on the shoulder on a 1-1 pitch. And so Murphy will take first base. That's the 2nd time today he's been hit by a pitch, which explains his reaction, which was less than thrilled. Let's put it that way. Looked like he wanted to throw the bat away and decided against it. Obviously no intent there. So now Ryan Bollinger going to get a chance to bat. That's something I forgot to think about when he came in to pitch. There's no DH in this game. Bollinger, let's not forget, was drafted originally as a power-hitting first baseman. And in 2017, when he was an All-Star, he won the Home Run Derby. That's a foul ball off his foot. That crazy All-Star game that was here in Haar. Ryan Bollinger, who was the starting pitcher for the game, before the game, won the Home Run Derby, and then he was so gassed he had nothing left for the for the game. First pitch, however, he let it fly. He had a couple at bats in 2017, I remember. Swing and a miss on a breaking ball. 1-2. I remember even, I think in a playoff game against Paderborn, he started in right field because the Disciples were desperate to get some offense against Marcus Solbach, which I think they never did get. That's a step off. Murphy, the runner at first base, 2 down. Ryan Bollinger, this is his first at-bat of the year, I'm pretty sure. Runner's going, pitches low, throw to second base. Almost took the head off of Wildenhain, and it goes into center field, but Murphy is safe at second base with a stolen base. I don't think Wildenhain realized that Murphy was going. And when Saldana fired it back through the middle, Wildenhain almost reached out to try to catch it. And then realized, wait a minute, that doesn't look like a normal toss back to the pitcher after a curveball down low for ball 1. 1-2 the count, I believe. Now 2-2. Yeah, Bollinger fouled off the first pitch, swung and missed at another one. And then the pitch was low, and then that one was outside. So 2 balls, 2 strikes to Ryan Bollinger. With Murphy on second base, that's still a big run. It's only a 5-1 game. And a swing and a miss, got him on the breaking ball. Bollinger strikes out. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left on base. End of 5, we go to the 6th inning. It's 5-1 Haar. This is, of course, the one, the only Haar Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the good boys at the Highbrow Brauerei Wildbräu. Yeah, that's a lot to remember. But, yeah, Yeah, I'm going to have to write that down. Ryan Bollinger back to work here in the 6th inning. 6 outs to go for the Disciples. And Bollinger will deal with Nicholas Rosius, who bunts the first pitch foul. 9-1-2 in the order for the Mainz Athletics, trailing 5-1 in this game. The game was started on the mound by Lucas Steinlein. He went 3, allowed 4 hits and no runs, dodging base runners every which way. Jan Endriat allowed 1 run and also a bunch of base runners in his 1 inning of work. Foul ball for strike 2 on Rosius. Bollinger pitched a scoreless 5th inning, allowing also 2 base runners. But it's been enough so far pitching-wise for the Disciples in this game as they try to even the season series with the Athletics and come away with a doubleheader sweep. That ball in the dirt right under the shin guard of Thorpe. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. Excuse me, that's Stroll. Sorry, everybody. So used to seeing Will back there. There's a ground ball pulled on the right side onto a couple of hops. Luter goes down to a knee and then comes back up with the ball and takes it to the bag for out number 1. Rosius grounds out. Now the top of the order, Kenny Fermin. Fermin has lined out, grounded out, and walked. 0 for 2 in this game. Steinlein in his 3 innings of work needed 60 pitches. There's a line drive off to the right, foul, and it lands untouched. Strike 1 to Fermin. Endriat in his 1 inning needed 28 pitches. Bollinger now is at 27, about to be 28 pitches. And the left-hander deals. That missed inside. 1 ball and 1 strike to count to Kenny Fermin with Nicky Weichert on deck. Weichert has the only run batted in the game, a bases-loaded walk. That pitch is inside for a ball. Two balls, 1 strike. Ground ball sharply hit through the middle, base hit. And Fermin singles solidly. And again, Mainz Athletics will have a base runner. They have had base runners in every inning except for 2 throughout both games today. And so now Nicky Weichert. Weichert has been on base twice in this game. A single, a stolen base, and a walk. as I mentioned. That walk was with the bases loaded. So he drove home the 1 run. Fermin on first base was going back to first on that delivery to the plate, fouled away by Weikert. Fermin is 3 for 3 in stolen bases, but this is not the greatest situation in the world for him to run. Athletics, they just need more base runners. And with the tough move of Bollinger, let's see if Fermin, again, he's going back to the bag, and the pitch is delivered home for a strike. Fermin on the first 2 pitches has had no read on the move of Ryan Bollinger. There you see him. Now he's going, and he's picked off. Throw to second base. He's in there. He got under the tag. He went on first move, which is probably the best thing to do when you can't get a good read on the move of a pitcher. He just went on the first move, took off, and gambled. The throw to second base was a bit high. I hit the wrong button on the camera, so you don't see it. Sorry, everybody. But he simply beat the throw, so that's a stolen base for Fermin. And the tag also hit him quite hard. And so he's actually still down at second base. And looks like the Disciples are going to check on him. Maybe they bring him a bottle of water or something. Let me show you what's going on out there at second base. The throw was high, and Henriquez had to reach high up into the air and try to swipe the tag down quickly. I'm not sure if he got Fermin somewhere, you know, in the face or something, or if Fermin maybe just hurt himself on the slide independently of the tag. I really couldn't tell you. But he is a bit slow to get up. He's got a glass of water. And he's going to try to walk it off, whatever happened to him. He is, however, safe at second base, and it looks like he's about ready to get back into action. And so, Nicky Weikert now with the runner in scoring position. The count is 1 ball and 2 strikes, as signaled by the umpire. And the 1-2 pitch, that's in the dirt, gets away from Stroll, and that'll put Fermin at third on a wild pitch. So a stolen base and a wild pitch. It's 5-1. This is still a close game. Bollinger, it's his game from here on out. And a breaking ball is in there for strike 3. I think the umpire forgot how many strikes there are, but it is strike 3. Weikert news. Now the umpire definitely had called, he had held up his hands signaling 1 ball and 2 strikes a couple of pitches prior to that. So definitely strike 3. And so there are 2 down. And now the hitter is Will Kilgore. You know, the thing that throws things off whenever there's some sort of injury delay like that, it is really easy to lose track of what was going on. Meanwhile, that ball is going to disappear. Goodbye. Will Kilgore killed that one. It is a 2-run home run, and suddenly a 5-3 game. A home run off the bat of the player coach. That is Kilgore's first home run of the year. And he will cross home plate. Let's watch the pitch. Looked like a breaking ball, and he got all of that. Well, Kilgore, who had hit a bunch of towering fly balls, had just missed some. So now it's 5-3. That one he did not miss. Felix Tierolf is now the hitter. 5-3 your score, and there's a breaking ball. That's foul ball. Strike 1 on him. 0-1 the count to Felix Tierolf. Fouled away, 0-2. Tierolf in this game, 1 for 3. Kilgore had been 1 for 2, 1 for 3 also. And a breaking ball low and outside. 1-2. So the Athletics able to plate 2 runs so far here in the 6th against Ryan Bollinger. Ground ball sharply hit to the right side. Music stays down on it, makes the play to first. Throw a bit low, but Luder able to receive it, keep his foot on the bag. The inning is over, but 2 runs on 2 hits. No errors, nobody left on base. At the end of 5.5 here in Haar, it's 5-3 Disciples, Haar Disciples baseball. Brought to you by the good boys at the Highbrow Brauerei Wildbräu. So we go to the bottom of the 6th inning, and now it's going to be Graham Luder getting his first at bat. Luder entered the game an inning or so ago and took over at first base. And suddenly Yannick Wildenhain, who has really settled down, swing and a drive to deep right center field. Johannesson way back near the wall, and it's off his glove and lands on the grass. Luder running hard. He's going to round second base and hold on there as the ball was gotten back in very quickly. Johannesson getting it to Weikert. See how that gets scored. My guess is it's going to be a double. Johannesson had to go a very long way to get that ball. But Wildenhain, I was about to say, he had been really pitching very well, and suddenly he finds himself pitching in a much closer game. So that run at second base is very important for the Disciples in terms of answering the 2 that the Athletics scored in the top half of this inning. The Disciples 3 defensive outs away from a victory, but you know they want to push across another run or 2 if they can. Anderson Zambrano up there. Will he bunt? He's been swinging a very good bat today. He does bunt down the first base line, rolling, and it stays foul. Almost some ensuing chaos along that first base line as the umpire, the catcher, first baseman were all running after the ball. Umpire trying to get a view. Catcher trying to make sure it doesn't roll fair, as was the first baseman, Tierolf and Saldana. And Tierolf knocked it foul before it could come back fair. We've seen one ground ball that started foul that came back fair. That was actually a pretty hard hit ground ball. So 1 strike on Zambrano. And a swing and a miss as the Athletics trying to put the wheel play on. That time Fermin was bumping into bumping into Luder as he sort of runs in circles around him at second base. You see Luder taking his lead. You're going to see probably Fermin run around him again if they do the wheel play. Although with 2 strikes, I don't think Zambrano is going to be bunting anymore, so never mind. Ground ball left side. That's picked by Strickling, looks the runner back and throws to first in time for the out. Nothing Luder could do but stay put. So 1 down. And now Zaino Henriquez will step up to the plate. Henriquez sacrificed and grounded out 0 for 1 officially.
Und jetzt kommt an den Schlag unsere Nummer 6, Zaino Enriquez. Auf geht's, die Zweifelsfans.
Enriquez looks at the first pitch on the corner for a strike. Wildenhain has pitched very well in this game. No doubt about it. Like I said, the 2 runs in the first, 3 in the second. Since then, he's thrown zeros up on the scoreboard. 1 strike on Henriquez with Luder on second base and 1 out here in the 6th. Ground ball right side. Vikert to his left, gloves it, throws to first in time, 2 down. Moving to third on the play is Luder. You never know what kind of hop the ball is going to take when it gets to the lip of the grass. And Vikert did everything he could to cut it off before it got that far. And so Henriquez is out, but he moves the runner to third. And now Patrick Music, who has he has singled and tripled, scored twice, driven in 2, and flied out. A 2-out hit here would sure make him and the Disciples feel very good. The pitch is high for a ball. For the Athletics, as that pitch is fouled to the screen, 1-1. The Athletics in the 7th inning will send 5, 6, and 7. 2 lefties and a righty, all against Ryan Bollinger. And that one is a strike called. Music can't believe that. He thought it was high. He's not saying anything, but he is definitely looking back at the umpire. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Fly ball to right field. Johannesson drifting over near the line. Has got room and makes the catch for the 3rd out. So the leadoff double is squandered by the Disciples. No runs, a hit, no errors. 1 left on base. To the 7th inning, last chance for the Mainz Athletics. The Hard Disciples 5, Athletics 3. This is Disciples Baseball, brought to you by the good boys at the Highbrow Brauerei Wildbräu. So Ryan Bollinger is going to try to complete a 3-inning save here in this game. I suppose that Jan Endriat would be the pitcher of record. I think actually in this situation, the scorer is allowed to award the win to whoever they want because the Disciples had the lead the whole time. However, Luke Steinlein did not go 5 innings. It doesn't really matter because wins are basically a useless stat anyway, but still, I got to fill out my scorecard. Johannesson, Peter Johannesson swings and misses at the first pitch. Strike one. Johannesson is 1 for 3 today. He singled in the 5th inning. That was off of Ryan Bollinger. He was 0 for 2 off Steinlein. He did not face Endriat. He's the only, actually there were only 2 batters who did not face Endriat. Pitches inside. 1-1 the count. Bollinger trying to get the final 3 outs here. 5-3 Disciples lead. And that one is in for strike 2. Good breaking ball. Coming back over to the inside corner. And the 1-2 pitch. Got him swinging. A very weak swing from Johannesson. Third strikeout, excuse me, for Ryan Bollinger. And that's the first out here in the 7th. The Disciples 2 outs away from taking both games of this doubleheader. And now Peter Saldana will step up to the plate. Saldana today singled and 2 flyouts to right field. There's a strike on the inside corner. And Saldana looks back. 0-1. And there's a good breaking pitch. Strike 2.
I didn't got money back.
0-2. Got him swinging. 2 down. Bollinger can smell the finish line. Somebody just got tossed out of the game. Probably it was the hitter walking away, Saldana. And now Kilgore wants an explanation from the home plate umpire, Cesar Javier Quintana Hidalgo. Let's watch this. I'm pretty sure Saldana said something to him on his way to the dugout after he was upset with the second pitch. Yep, you can see, and he was immediately tossed. So Saldana tossed from the game after complaining about one of the strikes. There are 2 outs in the 7th inning, and the last hope for the Mainz Athletics here in this game. Leonard Stücklin steps up to the plate. And a strike. Well, the Disciples won the first game 10-1. They took the lead here in the 1st inning. This one is inside slider. That one hit him, actually. So a hit by pitch will put Stücklin at first base with 2 down. And now Kotovsky's the tying run. Not a home run hitter per se, but definitely somebody who is capable every once in a while. So don't get too far ahead of yourselves. This game is not over yet. But the Disciples have not trailed at any point today in either of the 2 games. And Bollinger against Kotovsky, round 2. This one touched by Bollinger, and Music couldn't find the handle on it, and everybody's safe. It was a slow ground ball. Bollinger had to go off his fingers. Music was ready to field it on the bag. But then also, because the umpire was standing there, it looked like he maybe lost the ball for a minute. And so now the tying runs are on base. And Nicholas Rosius will step up to the plate in a big spot. And he looks at a strike. Remember I said in the first game, Rosius, who made those 2 errors, and the Disciples scored a bunch of runs, he might have a chance to do something big later in the day. Well, this is his chance. 2 outs in the 7th inning with the tying runs on board. And now 2 strikes as Bollinger nails the outside corner. Rosius asks for time. Will we see the slider down and away? Fastball up and in. What's it going to be? 0-2. Strike 3 called. Fastball on the outside corner, and this one is over. The Haar Disciples have swept the doubleheader. 5-3 your final score. Bollinger with 3 strikeouts for the final 3 outs in the game. Let's watch that pitch again. No messing around. That was right there. And Rosius could do nothing but watch it go by. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 left in the 7th inning. Where the Mainz Athletics have to be kicking themselves. They had base runners in every inning of this game. They could only score the 3 runs. The Disciples, excellent pitching in game 1 from Juan Salazar. And the bats came alive today, for sure. Although you got to be amazed when you look at the line score. Mainz Athletics, 3 runs on 11 hits and only 1 error. The Disciples with 5 runs on 6 hits. And this game comes to an end at about 19 minutes past 5 p.m. That's going to do it for me. My name is Tim Collins. Thank you for tuning in to Haar Disciples Baseball. We will be back at it in a couple of weeks when I believe the Hunstetten Storm are back in town. And you'll find all that info on my YouTube channel, EuroBaseballTV.com, all that good stuff. Feel free to contact me through the website if you have any questions or concerns. And in the meantime, have a wonderful Father's Day, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Once again, the final score of Game 2, the Haar Disciples 5, Mainz Athletics 3.